Okay, I'm getting the same kind of errors that I was getting earlier this morning. And it's even making it look like I'm getting some really weird stuff here on YouTube. So we may have issues. You would think Casey could get 5G signal through his beard. That's hilarious. So I can see what it is you guys are writing, but I don't know if you guys can hear me. And this has nothing to do with a Wi-Fi booster. This is literally YouTube. I can tell you right now, it's the same exact thing that I experienced earlier this morning. This is definitely a YouTube side issue. Let me check out the down detector and see if we've got anything going on there. Um, we have hits across the board, a lot of things that are down right now, but most of it looks like gaming things. PlayStation Network, Destiny, Arc, NBA 2K, Madden, Call of Duty, Yahoo Email, RuneScape, GTA 5. I'm wondering if they're considering this as part of gaming, shutting us down because we're a bunch of gamers. Can you guys see me at least? I don't know if you can see me or not. Okay. I'm getting some people are saying yeah, this is definitely a YouTube side issue. Let me try refreshing the stream one more time here and seeing if it works. I don't know. I'm not getting any okay, we back. When I refresh it, I don't see anything. So if you guys are getting something, I'm just gonna trust that you guys are getting something. Just give me like check marks if you see things okay. This is definitely YouTube related. It's not me. If you guys can see me, if you guys can hear me and see me, let me know because I'm not seeing anything right now. I'm gonna refresh one more time, see if I can't get this thing to start showing some stuff again. All right, I got I got video. It looks like I got video. Can you guys hear me? Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Can you hear me? Maybe. Yes. No. Maybe so. Twitter's down. All right. I can try switching over to Twitch to see if that works. Um, let's just give it a few more minutes here, guys. Let's see if we can't work through this. Yeah, YouTube is definitely tripping out. All right, I see video. I'm not sure if there's sound or not, but I see video. I did refresh. Let me try one more time. I don't know. I'm still getting the same errors though that I had earlier this morning. We might have to switch over to Twitch. Suvan, hello. Welcome to the crazy world of outages. All right, we're back. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Maybe we're up and running again here. Eeh. I'm just telling you right now, guys, if we're in that point in time in MOASS where I'm gonna have to start selling shares, I ain't playing this game. I'm switching straight over to something else. Not even gonna mess with it. If you can see me tip your hat, I can see you. All right, cool. We're back at it. Apparently that was just momentary. Expect this kind of stuff to happen, guys. Just remember, stick to your convictions. You've written down your five whys. You know why you're in this. If they shut us down, that's not the end. You know your five whys. I go over this stuff with you on a daily basis so that you're prepared. So I try to give you guys the tools that you need to be successful. If you're if you're feeling like you need to see me, then you're not writing stuff down. You should have a notebook somewhere. You guys should have started a notebook, maybe a notepad on your notepad or your phone or something like that of different things that you need to check on the hour, things that you need to be looking at. I tell you guys how to get places. This is your money, it's your choice. Be prepared. Be prepared for anything. Anything could possibly happen at any given time. I would hit live, guys. I think somebody asked if I could drink out of a straw from now on. No, men don't. Well, this man, this man don't drink out of straws. I'm sorry, but I just, I had a coworker one time. I was sitting there just doing my work, uh, typing away, right, doing my work, and I'm not even kidding you. That's what it sounds like when you're doing your work in the line of field that I just came from. That's exactly what it sounds like. And I'm just sitting there working away, and I hear somebody. We had a coworker that was complaining behind me, and our lead, the lead in the department, he goes, he says to the coworker, he says, "Hey, you want some McDonald's? I'll go get you a vanilla milkshake." And the coworker was like, "Yeah, that'd be awesome. I'd love a vanilla milkshake." He's like, "Hey, you want me to get a straw for you so you can so you can suck it the fuck?" I can't even say it. I can't even say it. He said it though. He said, "So you can suck it the fuck up," is what he says. And I was like, "Oh," I'm like sitting there like typing away, going, and I just stopped. Like my typing instantly just stopped, and I was like, "Oh my God, did he really just say that?" Oh my God, he just said that, and it was funny, but man, totally not cool. You work on my iPad, nothing on the TV. It looks like YouTube's trying to get their stuff together. Some of you guys, if you can't see, let me type something out. Google is the CIA. Mm. This is just the beginning, guys. I promise you. Just the beginning. These are the tests. These are the test burps that they're going to put the systems through so that they know whether or not they can disrupt us in the future. That's not my hello. Hey, this is Save Your Tatas cup, man. It says Cup for a Cause 2021. You gotta save the Tatas. So Casey underscore Shaw. I'm not gonna switch over just yet. I think we're gonna be okay. So it's 9:01, guys. I'm gonna start going through the numbers. I peed in Kenny's pool. Says it's weird that I smell burning gunpowder. It's definitely not weird. That's cool. It's okay. Let me refresh Fidelity, and I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, and we'll start looking at some of the numbers. It is that time. All right, going to the other page. Price prediction tallies. Eric was the only one to get a price prediction tally point correct. Oh, hey, look, I got. Let's fix this background. Hmm. Oh, way big. I gotta get the 2 weeks in here somehow. We got time. We got time. We're gonna fix this up. There it is. 2 weeks. Sitting in a movie theater, it says 2 weeks in it. Price prediction tallies. Eric was the only one to get a price prediction tally point for yesterday. Congratulations to Eric. He says he thinks he's gonna miss today. He's not gonna miss. He's an alien. Short exempt volume. Super, super high. Why? Because we had such high volume yesterday. 242.3 thousand in short exempt volume. True Demon's MOASS indicator suggests that we need to have 3 million or more 3 days in a row. I'm going to reduce that a little bit and tell you guys that it really only needs to be about 1 million. For me, it's go time when you see 1 million shares of short exempt volume 3 days in a row. It's go time, 100%. Speaking of 100%, congratulations to us. Pat on the backs. We have 100% utilization after 31 total trading days. Not a month, 31 total trading days. That's way more than a month. That's like a month and a half. Day over day price increase. We had a 15.13% increase in price yesterday. Super, super good. We could trade flat line across and just trade zero across for the next 2 days. And I would say that that would be a trigger for the day over day price increase because it's 15% over a 3 day period of time. I'm counting it. Off exchange. Those are the numbers from yesterday. Let's see where they're at right now. I would expect to see about 43% in the off exchange and 10 or 11 on the EDGX. Let's see where we're at. 45%, almost 46% on the off exchange, and the EDGX is at about 11%. So we're right where we need to be. Off exchange actually about 3% higher than where it should. Well, 2% higher than where it should be. So definitely some price discovery being hidden for this time of the morning. Moving on to Ortex, let's take a look at some of the data there. So far for this morning, we have 29,000 shares having been borrowed. It's not really going to affect estimated short share interest of the free float too much, which is currently at 21.05. Cost to borrow average is at 2.74, which is actually a little bit higher than what we finished at yesterday, maybe about 15% higher-ish. We'll take a look at more of that Ortex data here in just a minute. We'll come back to it and look at it more in depth. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, you'll see institutional share ownership at 187.8 million shares. Let's refresh that and see if it's changed. I'm not expecting it to change. We're kind of in that gray area where nobody's reporting 13F, so everybody's just got the same value for reporting. Yeah, so still the same number, 187.8. 187.8. Moving down from there, you have Max Pain. Max Pain is currently at $16.50 for the day today. That is up $1 from yesterday and Monday. Refreshing options. Let's see where we're at. I'll guarantee you we got like just crap tons of options pouring in. Hopefully people got out of some of their positions earlier this morning. Hopefully. I'd like to see some exercises going on. Get your exercises on. Holy crapola, guys. Volume is through the roof. The roof, the roof, the roof is on fire. Holy crap. That's a lot of volume at a $20 strike price. What? I feel like that's yesterday's data. Oh, hold on a second. That's yesterday's data. Give me 1 second. I'm going to update this. Give me 1 second. Why is that not updating? Is Fidelity not updating data? Hold on a second. I was going to say, because that volume is just like so stinking high. It's insane. Okay. Fidelity is not updating because that is the data from yesterday. Fidelity has decided to apparently continue to report yesterday's data. They are not reporting current data for the day on the options. Let me look at I'm gonna have to go someplace else for the data here. So give me 2 seconds while you guys are looking at the screen. I'm gonna find it. See if we can't get it through Straddle. See if we can't get it through Yahoo. All right, here we go. So open interest, volume. All right. Man, those numbers are really, really super high still, though. That is really high data. That's insane. Okay. At a $20 strike, no, I'm sorry. At a $20 strike price, there is currently 40. Okay, so I'm going to give you some perspective here. Yesterday, yesterday at closing, or an hour before closing, we had 52.5 thousand contracts at a $20 strike price. Right now, at this very moment, we have 43.7 thousand contracts within the first half hour of trading, first 40 minutes. In the first 40 minutes, we nearly have as much volume and call contracts on a $20 strike price as we had all day yesterday. Holy crap, that's a lot. 43.7. That's insane. On the puts, highest amount of volume at a $16 strike price. That's the same as it was yesterday. There's 10.1 thousand contracts at $16. Market's kind of signaling for an $18 close for the day today. Yeah, okay. That's kind of right about where I thought it would kind of close at. That's some really amazing data. Give me 1 second while I refresh the other page. For some reason, Fidelity is not wanting to update their data, and I'm not sure why. Taking a look at a deeper dive into Ortex data, and let's see what's going on here. Here's your utilization for 31 trading days, being at 100%. Here's your on loan amount. We had an increase of about 1 million shares on loan amount, just slightly under. It went from 132.17 to 133.1. That's going to have a slightly higher than average increase on loan average age per day. It went from 79.28 to 79.5. And Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float having a slight increase as well. All those numbers look really, really good. One of the things I'm always looking for is the on loan average age per day dipping. That's when you start to see your price increases or your price discoveries. That means that they are returning shares from short interest. And you typically see a price discovery when that happens. All that data looks extremely juicy. Oh wait, cost to borrow 2.74, in case I didn't mention it earlier. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME is number 2 with 57% buys to 43% sales. AMC is number 3 with 56% buys to 44% sales. We are cooking with bacon grease, guys. We are cooking with bacon grease. I love bacon grease. I love me some bacon grease. Maybe some eggs. Oh man, bacon grease. A little bit of eggs, maybe some pancakes. Pancakes on some bacon grease. Oh, you get that nice little bacon crispiness to the pancake. We are cooking with that. That's what we're cooking with. Good stuff. Shares available. Well, actually, let's start with SSR. 16.43 is the price of SSR trips for the day today. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Actually, not the last hour. I checked it quite a few hours ago, but when I checked it last, it looks like they've borrowed about 150 there. Oh man, that was like 2.2. I'm gonna have to do some math here. Hold on a second, guys. This is a rough guesstimate because I kind of lost track a little bit because I didn't update sooner. So it looks to me like they've borrowed about 1.75 million shares. I might be off by a little bit on that just because I didn't record the actual numbers from earlier, but I think 2.2 is about what they had. So yesterday they borrowed 2.85 million. They're about a million less than that as of right now. The fee to borrow is at 1.2. 62.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 45.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Look at the out of the money even though we have this huge amount of in the money calls, look how many more have stacked. Absolutely stacked. This is the number I want to see under 100,000 right here, and it's instantly gone up to insane amounts again. It's like 40,000 contracts just instantly piled in here. Instantly. 40 minutes of trading, just stacked. The Nasdaq is down 0.54, the Dow Jones is down 0.61, and the S&P 500 is down 0.42. We have 4,905 decliners to 2,638 advancers. The VIX is up 3.18, IWM is down 1.03, Tesla is up 3.43, Amazon is down 0.47, Cinemark is down 0.24, Doge is down up 0.2, Bitcoin is down 0.25, GME is up 12.78, our gold mine is up 1.53, Hood is down 3%, AMC is up 3.7, and we currently have 16 million more dollars in outflow than inflow. Holy crap, 46 million shares traded already. That is insane. That is big volume. Big bada boom. Big bada boom. Let's see here. 40, this is just blowing my mind away. 45, 46 minutes. We're on pace for 400 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in my volume prediction that we would see somewhere between 190 to 220 million shares traded for the day today. I do think that it could come down and see those kind of levels. I might not be too far off. On the daily interval, I'm just looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI. We have a crossover today with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.36, which is definitely above average. On the hourly indicator, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.71. On a 30-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 54.93. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.11. It looks like we may have cooled off enough to be able to start another kick up. Let's see if we can't figure out where this is going to move to. I don't think there's enough data yet. Let me look long term. If it breaks through 1866, we could see it probably fall down to as low as like 16. Man, that's 1643, like perfect on the dot. That would be SSR tripping. We could see it fall down to 1643 and then just absolutely ripping. So you'd get like almost like a cup and handles type situation. I could see that happening, but whether or not it just depends on how much buying pressure there is. With an average pace of volume sitting around like 200 million shares. Boy, I can't wait to see what this does to our average 3-month volume. That's going to destroy that number. The realization of how many synthetic shares are in existence is going to become extremely apparent in the very near future. Extremely apparent. I mean, there's just so much pressure right now. There's so much buying pressure that I don't know if they'll be able to push this down to trip that. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto. I can't see what it is you guys are writing just yet until you see my picture pop up. I'm not going to be able to answer questions because as I go through the technical analysis, I got ADD, guys. I got to focus on one thing at a time. Ichimoto. For those of you who are new, it's really called Ichimoku cloud, but we've decided to call it Ichimoto. Okay, so there's a little bit of a negative sign here on the 1 hour Ichimoto. It's kind of showing. I mean, when it breaks through the conversion line like this, and especially when it touches down on the baseline, it kind of becomes a sell. The question then becomes, like, were they still in the play at this point in here, and then they would be selling here at the peak, or would they have gone to, would a swing or day trader come over here to the 4 hour and said, okay, well, what does it look more long term? And at this point right now, as it stands, it was buy signals at the end of the day, middle to end of the day yesterday, touching down for the very first time here on the conversion line. What is that value? Well, let me drag over. What is it? Let's see. 1818. So yeah, it did. It definitely touched the conversion line here. This could be a very. Sometimes they may wait for a second touch on the conversion line before selling, but this is kind of one of those points. I mean, especially with this TD9 that you have here, I see a trend reversal coming. I see somewhat of a trend reversal, so this may be a little bit of a selling signal here. Not for us. I'm talking about for day/swing traders. GME's at 14, almost 14%. Lisa's asking, does this mean we'll be 10x bigger than VW? It's very, very difficult to say. Pip's parfin. It's very difficult to say, Lisa, whether this is, how much bigger this is going to be in contrast to. And I didn't realize that picture. I got to fix something real quick here, guys. I didn't realize that the background picture was still hanging up there. Let me see if I can fix it. Hold on one second. It's difficult to say how much bigger. Hmm. There, let's see if I fix that. Yeah, I fixed it. All right, cool. Hopefully we're live. ABC said, Pediatrics of Florida said percentage turnover is high for this early in the morning. I'm thinking it is the day traders. I mean, people may not like me saying it, but they do play an impact or a role in part of a squeeze play. And you have to recognize that. I mean, it's a fact. Do I have any thoughts on the GME move? I mean, it just looks the same as us. It's just on a different percentage. I guess I'll say this. Like, look at the difference between ours. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Band. This is us. We'll get GME in here. So when you guys talk about it's ripping more, it's got a lower float. It's going to do that. It's gonna have a larger push for percentage wise because of the lower float. So it looks like we're running a little bit behind them as far as push goes. So maybe it's sympathetic movement on our parts. Hard to say. I don't know. It's difficult to say here. I'd be willing to entertain the idea that it's possible that we're doing a sympathetic move to GME. I'm gonna have to get rid of these Bollinger Band or the Fibonacci retracements here in a minute. Einstein asking if Powell was speaking this morning. I think he was. Let me see if I can pull him up. I gotta hit the restroom. I'm starting to dance in my chair. 3:23. Watch live. I gotta buy a ticket. Hold on a second. I think I just registered to get into this thing. Let's see. It says 7 a.m. Do I really want to do this? I don't know if I really want to do this. This is Jerome Powell talking on a panel on emerging challenges for central bank governors in a digital world. Give me a second, guys. I gotta go hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Um, Jeff, mine is AMK at AMKC. I'll look you up and I'll follow you. How's that? There, I'm following you now, Jeff. So you'll see a picture, or you'll see a not a picture. You'll see a some kind of like notification letting you know that somebody followed you. I'm apparently your first follower. 2 weeks bro said, Casey, is there any way we can see how big or differences between I know where you're I think I know where you're going with that 2 weeks bro. You want to see if we can get to those kind of prices. Um, I'm just gonna tell you right now, man, that's you're setting floors and targets, and you're gonna mess yourself up. You start setting floors and targets and brackets and stuff like that, and you're gonna be screwing yourself up. There's You can guess all you want on this, but you're never really gonna know what the top is. Even if you start trying to compare percentages, there's just absolutely no way you can make comparisons like that because it has to do with what people are doing with their trades. That is the ultimate factor as to how high we can go. Are people selling or are they holding? That is the only factor that determines how high this goes. The only factor. So the question becomes, what can you look at that tells you whether or not people are holding or not? That's it. That's all you have to figure out. You don't have to figure out anything else. You don't have to figure out how many synthetic shares are in existence. You don't have to figure out what our market cap is and how long that's going to take to reduce in order to get to the end. None of that is important. The only thing that you need to know is whether or not people are selling their shares, and it's all in the volume. All of your answers are in the volume. It has nothing to do with price. Let's see where we got here on the volume. I mean, that's their number one goal every single day is to reduce volume down to about 60,000 shares a minute. So far, we need to maintain an average of 250,000 shares a minute in order for us to maintain 100 million shares traded for the day. As it stands right now, none of the minutes are under 100K, but they have definitely reduced volume by quite a bit. It's pretty drastic. Ichimoku, the real name for it's Ichimoku, or you could just look up IC indicator. I'm not sure what you mean, Lisa, by you wrote in there. Oh shoot, you know what? I said I was gonna switch the screen so you guys could see me talking. Give me. I'll do it tomorrow. I know who was it that was asking for that. Somebody was asking me to do that. I forgot to do it last night. Sorry. I'm gonna continue to look over to the side today. What do you mean? What do you mean by just by calculating all synthetic shares? Because you have no idea how many there are, so you can't possibly calculate when we'll be at the end. Einstein says LME issues again, more trades on copper canceled. Hmm. Do I believe in whose numbers? AMC father says, I asked my wife if she liked your background and she said no. That's it's because she doesn't understand the 2 weeks thing, man. Maybe she'd like it better if she liked the 2 weeks thing. Are they trying to trigger SSR? Sorry if you said that already. I think that there's a good chance that they may try to trigger SSR. I have a feeling it's going to be more tomorrow than it will be today. I think today is more of a reduction of volume, reduce volume as much as possible, and try to get the prices to close about what it started out at. So we opened up today at 1874. We're only at $19.12. So they really want to just reduce volume, reduce price discovery, get it to look like it's a bunch of nothing burger. That's what they're looking for. Headstock says YouTube shenanigans this morning. I agree. You were referring to VW. Let me see. Picture. It's like next to impossible to try and calculate how many synthetic shares that there are. You can just, I mean, one of the best ways to do it is just to track your average 3 month volume divided by your float, and that kind of tells you percentage wise um, how much synthetics theoretically that there are. Einstein's saying that oil keeps attempting to surge. They're holding it back to hold off the crash. I wouldn't doubt it, man. I mean, this thing is just so ready to pop. The feds are absolutely doing everything they can to keep this thing in control. Gary says numbers aren't supposed to lie, but do you believe the numbers that you're putting up on the screen? Do I believe that they're good? Hmm. I'm going to say it like this, Gary. It doesn't matter if they're good or they're bad. What matters is whether or not I can track a trend, right? Um, I think you guys maybe have heard this story before, that there's teachers out there who will actually track math teachers who will track their trend of the students' grades over time to see if they can find patterns in people who are cheating. Okay. Do people cheat when they take tests? Overwhelmingly, yes. It is a known fact that students cheat on tests. Can you find that out mathematically by looking for patterns inside the fake numbers? 100% yes, because you know what your standard distribution should be. There are definitely ways you can find trends in data analysis, regardless of whether or not that data is good data or bad data. Doesn't matter. It does not matter. You can find trends. So when I sit here and I tell you 100% I believe that yes, I can trust in these numbers, it's not because I believe that the numbers are accurate. It's because I know that historically speaking, I can see trends in those numbers over time. And so when they start misreporting numbers and shifting things around from one place to the other, I can see it. And it's only because I've been tracking it for so long that I can see these things happening. So, yes, I do believe in these numbers. And I do believe that I can see differences in things that are happening within these numbers. BG says, Casey, did you say commodities are still up? Sorry, I grabbed more coffee and caught VIX. You caught VIX. Einstein's saying that they're trying to surge, but I haven't really. Let me just check something real quick here. I got oil up 4.3%. IWM's down. Gold is average, and it's like not really doing much. It looks like a bunch of neutral. I see everything's like just hinging on wanting to do something but not doing anything. let me look at wait, do I have commodities? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look at commodities real quick. I think there it is. Hmm. I'm not getting list prices for some reason on Ortex. Let's see if I can look it up a different way. I'm not really seeing it. I'm not really seeing it right now. Bill's saying theoretically 20 billion counterfeit shares. There was a point in time where I got 19. 19 was a number that I came up with. But I'm more of a how do I want to say this? More of a conservative number. I felt like 12 would be a more safer number or conservative number to go with. But I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt 2.37 billion. So that's enough. You don't need more than 2.37 billion. 12 sounds ridiculous. 19 sounds ludicrous. You don't need more than 2.37 billion provable shares, existing shares, to know that there's a squeeze potential. AP coming in with the trying to get a COVID laugh out of me. Not bad, not bad. You almost got it, buddy. I can't read that though. She's about to break, Einstein saying. I mean, you can see it in the volatility right now on AMC. Look at it just pinching down. It is about to break. Man, I should have played that song. Just about to break. Who is that? Who sings that? Um, I have got to get rid of these. Sorry, give me a second here, guys. I got to delete these. These Fibonacci retracements are just absolutely horrendous. I can't stand bad work like that, and I'm giving you guys bad work. Maybe I'll just leave that one in there. Let's see how it looks. That's better. Much, much better. I mean, if we had to draw something out here, I mean, it just looks like it's going to break out here any second. I'm actually going to leave the peak out of this one. Let's just draw it out like that. I mean, it looks like it's going to break any second. Normally these things don't. Normally a wedge like this just doesn't break out this far down into the end. The consolidation is pretty nasty here. Corn. Thank you, Einstein. I knew somebody would get it. Keto says, all right, I gotta read this. My wife is loving this channel. She calls morning wood a 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. That's funnier than what AP said, but you only added to what he said. I mean, it's just that's taking it to the next level. Alex, take care. Have a good shower. Money, I wouldn't probably talk about Mulan in that kind of sense, just because you know my policy on just not talking about other stocks and plays. Uh-oh. We have differing opinions. Some are saying corn, some saying Papa Roach. And now Lincoln Park. Yeah, okay, I think it is Lincoln Park. It's hard to say. I mean, it looks like it just broke out going down, but it could just be a temporary breakout. Let's check it out here and let's see. I mean, I know it's already kind of done its thing, but let's check this out. It should be up. I mean, we have falling price and falling volume, falling price and falling. Wait, let me just verify that again. Yeah, falling price, falling volume should break up, but it's doing the exact opposite. So I would imagine this is probably defying Bollinger Bands as we speak. Let's see what it looks like. Real close to it. Oh, stop, AP. You're just trying to make me blush. And I got a beard. You can't make me blush when I got a beard. Hey, Sir Poker, all I'm going to say is that there's somebody for everybody out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of fish in the sea. You know, some people like me, some people don't like me. As long as you're watching somebody who gives you information that helps you, that's good. It works. It works out. But more than anything, I just want you to relax. I want you to find your zen, find your peace. This is a moment in history that we are creating, and I just want you to be excited but relaxed through this process because it is stressful. It is very stressful, but you gotta find your inner peace. It's the only way you're gonna make it through this. Rimtac, I'm not reading that one. I'm just not. That's going too far, sir. I don't know who Eric Shaw is, but I like the last name. Eric, you have a fine last. You have my brother-in-law's first name and my last name, and he gets price predictions right all the time, and I've got a great last name. It's like mixing the best of both worlds together. What a great name. Health consolidation. Exactly. All right, we just printed a TD9. TD9 means that we should be seeing a reversal. We haven't really touched down on the Bollinger Band yet, but I do have it set for a 3 sigma, not a 2 sigma. Most of those would have been touching on the 2 sigma. In the next, I would say in the next minute or two, we might see a reversal back up towards the simple moving, or I said simple. Is it simple? Yeah. Wait, simple moving average. No, Gary, I'm not. I'm not, man. This is this is all you. This is all you. I'm just kind of like I'm like your guy cheerleader. I'm cheering you on. Go, Gary. Go, 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 go. You know what I'm saying? You're the man. You're the man. You are the owner. It's your money. It's your choice. I'm just here showing you numbers and recording history as it happens. I'm not Moses, I promise you. BG says, Casey, I have one brother. Him and I are OGs on Wall Street Bets, and another brother who chased Amy in June. He hates me now. I sent a private message to, I'm gonna forget his name, the head moderator on Wall Street Bets, and just wanted to thank him for something he said in a space call the other day. And it was probably a little, it was too soon because all I really wanted to do was just say thank you for what he said. He said some amazing things about AMC apes. Amazing things. He said that we were one of the classiest group of investors that he's seen, like above no other. He said that our community is extremely strong. He sees us never bashing other apes. Sometimes I see it, but he may not see it. And he had nothing but great things to say about the ape community who's a part of AMC. I thought it was really, really cool. He had some really cool things to say. And I thanked him. I sent him a private message and thanked him, and he responded back. Um, I really badly wanted to ask him for an interview, but it was too soon. So eventually, I will be contacting him, though. I would love to reach out to him and get an interview. I've already interviewed a moderator for AMC stock on Reddit. Um, I would love to interview a Wall Street Bets moderator. I think that would be an incredibly amazing interview, but not yet. It's too soon. I'll ask for it later. CTB is updated from an hour ago, Doctor, and it usually updates through the hour. Jeff, I think I followed you already. Yep, I already followed you. So if you look in your notifications on Twitter, you'll see that I followed you and you can follow me back. So they were able to push this down 4 minutes more before we got the reversal on this. So it looks like they were fishing for 1852. It looks to me, if I had to guess what they're doing right now, is it really looks like they're fishing for um, limit orders. Because if we did have a bunch of day traders that came in, more than likely those day traders slash swing traders may be setting up limit orders for when they want to get out. So if I come back over here and check the Ichimoto cloud, let's look at, I know it just popped up like crap tons of lines on here and everything looks dirty as heck, but follow me for just a second. If you come back in here and you look at the Ichimoto cloud for the 4 hour, what you're going to see is that at an $18.30, uh, the conversion line at 1822 is possibly a point at which people would put limit orders if they were day trading this or swing trading this. In which case, they may be fishing for limit orders. So that's very likely what's happening right now is they're looking for limit orders because that would be something that a day trader would do. They'd enter in their position. They'd be like, okay, they got in over here, perhaps maybe at like 1745. Price goes up to 2079. It touches down first thing this morning here at 1837. They may be looking for one last little push up and setting like limits, stop loss limits, perhaps at like 1822, like I'm saying, 1822, or they may even be setting it up for 18. And my guess is that the algorithms are hunting for those to try and push the price down and collect more shares. Yeah, 1850 is definitely, we have a little bit of a bearish wedge. No, sorry, bearish triangle forming with a possible breakout right about here. So using that blue line at 1850, the dark blue line, and then the lighter blue line here, we might see some consolidation in here and then breaking out, more than likely going down inside this blue box. Keto says, Casey, I have a 10-hour layover in Vegas. Any recommendations to take the fam? For 10 hours? I would get a Uber ride or Lyft or whatever it is you want to get, whatever's cheapest. Get a Uber or a Lyft ride over. You probably only have maybe 2 hours or 3 hours because you don't want to get back to the airport and not have at least like an hour or two to get back in line and go through all the check through security crap that you got to go through. So I would recommend as soon as you get there, like head straight out to an Uber, Lyft, or something like that. Head over to um, I would have them. I would have them drop you off. Oh, you know what you can do? Actually, don't even do that. Catch a shuttle. I think they're free. Catch a shuttle to like Aria or Bellagio or Paris, Paris. Is it Paris, Paris? I think it's Paris, Paris. One of those hotels. Free lift. Go over there. If you've got a lot of luggage, oh no, your luggage should, if it's a layover, your luggage is already going to be transferring automatically. Yeah, just go over to one of those hotels and just check it out. Watch the Bellagio show out in the front, the water fall. Aria is kind of nice to walk around. Paris, Paris is that's kind of older now, but it's kind of neat. It's kind of cool looking. Oh no, no, I'm sorry, not Paris, Paris. I said the wrong one. The Venetian. It's kind of a cool one to walk around in on the inside, and then catch a free shuttle from one of the hotels back to the um, airport. Hard Rock Cafe has the. Correct me if I'm a taxi's faster. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gary, but doesn't the Hard Rock has, or in front of the Hard Rock is that new Ferris wheel with Top Golf. When I went to Vegas last, we were a little bit disappointed, not gonna lie. Um, Apparently, the happening stuff now is all happening right over there by the Hard Rock, uh, the Top Golf specifically. So I didn't go because I was like, I can go to Top Golf anytime. Why would I go to Top Golf? But apparently, that's the place to go. So When we left, we were disappointed. We found out that we were missing out. If we had just gone there, it would have been uh, cool. Yeah, it is a big difference. Somebody sent a link to me saying Lou had mentioned a tweet. I tweeted, I couldn't help myself, guys. Um, I really couldn't help myself. So I tweeted. I'm not usually like this. This is not like me, but I just couldn't help myself. I tweeted at Blue Ice and Lou, and I said, "How you like them apples?" couldn't help. I just couldn't help myself. Uh, you know, it is what it is. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe not. And then I also said something else too. I also said Lou Roy Jenkins. For you guys who are gamers, you'll understand what that is. Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, Fremont is, in my opinion, AP, Fremont's so much better than the main strip now. Like it's still cool. It's still cool. Tweeted. Yes, I did. I tweeted. I thought it was funny. I mean, I don't know. I'm hoping he has a sense of humor after after telling so many people to sell shares and having the price run. I'm hoping he can have a sense of humor. Remtax says you're good in our book. Remember, we're the freaking black swans. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I like it. I don't mind being called the black swan any day. I love being the underdog. I love being the underdog. Who doesn't like seeing the underdog win? It's like the classic story. Everybody wants to see the underdog win. Remtax says he'll be over it in 2 weeks, anyways. Oh man, or he won't. One of the two. Oh, it's time to look at the numbers. ABC's reminding me. Let me look at the numbers here, guys. We might actually get a breakout going up. Fancy that. Wouldn't that be crazy if that happened? Alrighty, let's see. Get rid of this. Let me refresh Fidelity, and I will take you guys over to the other page, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Off exchange. An hour ago it was 45.98 percent, 45.98%. Traded in the off exchange, and the EDGX was at 11.08. Let's give that a nice little refresh. 49 is exactly where I would expect the off exchange to be at about 10 a.m. The CBOE EDGX I would expect to be about 11 to 12, so it's a little on the low side, but it's where it should be. These numbers are looking exactly where I would think they would be on a normal trading day compared to what we've seen from the past historically. So I agree with those look like normal levels to me. Normal levels of manipulation. Refreshing Ortex. An hour ago, there was 29,000 shares having been borrowed. That is now turned into 378,000 shares having been returned. Give me just 1 second, guys. I need to fix my formatting. Apparently I screwed it up earlier. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. The borrow change amount being at 378,000 shares having been, or being down from where it was an hour ago is going to drop the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.01%. Cost of borrow currently at 2.74, which I think is just a tad bit up from where it was an hour ago. Taking a look at the options. Let's see if Fidelity is actually reporting correct numbers. Okay, Fidelity is showing numbers again. These numbers are extremely high, and it makes me question like whether they're actually accurate or not. But dang, if they're for real, they're crazy numbers. At a $20 strike price, there is currently on the calls 68.4 thousand contracts, where there was 43.7 an hour ago. So high. On the puts at a wow, the puts have increased from $16 to $18.50, with there was 10.1 thousand contracts an hour ago at 16. Now there's 11.5 at 18.5, which are out of the money currently. There's a 6-to-1 ratio. Yep, there's a 6-to-1 ratio in volume for calls versus puts, with only a $1.50 spread, signaling towards maybe like a $19.25 closing price for the day currently. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME is number 2 with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. AMC is number 3, same positions as an hour ago with 56% buy to 44% ratio. Those ratios are a little bit lower than I like to see on buys versus sells, but it is what it is. We're still one of the heavily most traded stocks, along right up there with GME and Tesla. SSR trigger price for the day today is $16.43. Shares available to borrow has decreased twice today. Let's add these up here. 250. So 210,000. 2.21. Hold on, I gotta get my calculator out. Only returns on the ETFs. They like to try and keep those ETFs around $2 million, which is about where they're at right now. I'm seeing an increase in shares borrowed for the day at 0.34. That puts us at 2.1 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. 2.85 was our number from yesterday. Fees is still at 1.2. Currently, we have 62.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 45.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number right here, these out of the money calls are over 100K again. Not good. NASDAQ is down 0.25, Dow Jones is down 0.77, and S&P 500 is down 0.46. We currently have 4,397 decliners to 3,166 advancers. The market looks to be stabilizing compared to an hour ago. The VIX is up 0.96. IWM is down 0.73. Tesla is down up 3.34. Amazon is up 0.24. Cinemark down 0.18. Doge is up 1.09. Bitcoin is up 0.32. GME is up 10.48. Our gold mine is up 0.38. Hood is down 1.42, and AMC is up 3.37. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have 18 million more dollars in outflow than inflow. We're way on a much slower pace than what we were an hour ago. Volume is definitely decreased down. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. It looks like we're on a pace for about 237 million shares traded for the day today. Obviously, that's dipped drastically down from where it was an hour ago, which was, I think, like 400. I suggested that we were going to trade somewhere between 190 and 220 million shares. I do expect to be off today, guys. It's been a long time since we've seen this kind of pre-market volume, so you got to give me a chance to kind of dial in my numbers again. I don't have a formula anywhere. It's all coming out of my head. Um, you know, it's it's been a while. Give me a chance. It'll take me a day or two to kind of correct for where it's at. I might be way high on my estimate. Just forgive me for today. Give me a chance to kind of realize or remember where I was at on volume, on pre-market versus where we're at currently. But I fully expect that I'll be off today. I probably should have said 100 to 130, but whatever. I guessed incorrectly. On the daily interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.69. On an hourly interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.3. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.06. Looks like we're cooled off to run up, or at least we're cooled off right now. More buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover currently happening on the Vortex indicator with RSI at 46.19. We could actually break out of this going up here. Falling price, falling volume is supposed to be a bullish run. However, this pattern formation that we're kind of completing is a bearish indicator. So we'll have to see what happens. It's going to be kind of interesting to see how it plays out. Differing indicators. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Steven says a hard part of life is digging through all the bullcrap just to get to a small piece of the truth. You know, I'm not going to disagree with you, Steven. Um, it, you're right. And I don't always know the answers. And sometimes I give you guys my I need to be really better about being clear about when I'm telling you what my opinion is versus what I know to be fact. So I'll try to work harder about that, Stephen, about making sure that I'm telling you what I think my opinion is versus a fact. One thing I'm just going to throw this out there and throw Tony Denaro a little prop here. Uh, Maybe even well, I think Froggy's a little more willing to answer things. But one of the things I noticed in just talking with Tony briefly is that he hates speculating. I can just it's almost like it's like a pet peeve of his to speculate. He really wants to know. He really wants to know answers before he's going to give you an answer. He won't give you an answer unless he knows the answer. And I like that. I like that because in the world of engineering, you can't just make up answers. You got to have answers. You have to know the difference between wrong and right, black and white. There is gray areas, but you just don't make decisions on those. You have to know answers. You have to make decision on answers, good, solid evidence with answers. And I like that because I come from an engineering background. So props to him, but I love to speculate. I really do. I really do like to speculate. That's probably the conspiracy theorist in me where that comes out. Paul says, "Are you implying all these borrowed shares will be used to slam down the price for Friday?" They're being used right now. They're being used to slam price down now. Yeah, I saw that last night, AP, when we got off. I went back on my phone and I was kind of reviewing some things. And if you do come out to a daily on this, was it daily or 1 hour? Oh, maybe it was 30 minute. Here it is. Is this? I would assume that this is kind of what AP is talking about right here. Oh, this is the nastiest looking head and shoulder kind of pattern I've ever seen right here. But I definitely did see this last night when I was looking at the data. I was like, ooh, that's kind of looks. And not only that, but it had the exploding kittens at the very top here. When I saw that, I was like, ah, crap, not the exploding kittens. Uh, but I didn't see the exploding kittens over here. Normally we see that, unless this is it right here. This could be the exploding kittens. Normally we see exploding kittens with a tad bit of a run up, but this is more than a tad, followed by moving into a head and shoulders pattern. So it does, I mean, this is just probably one of the most nastiest looking head and shoulders I've ever seen ever, but it's a possibility. I think I also saw that as well. Mike says, "What is the deal with Santa popping up on the? Did Santa pop up on the screen today? Don't tell me he's popping up on the screen. I'm sorry, I just blocked Santa. I don't know why Santa's popping up on the screen. Is he like talking over me and stuff? Oh, son of a gun. I apologize, guys. I didn't realize I still had Santa activated from yesterday. Every time I come back to this page, Santa probably comes in and starts talking over me. That's hilarious. I completely forgot to deactivate Santa. I apologize. Santa, Santa deactivated. I mean, it's possible, Paul. It's possible. We did get a little bit of a breakout here, going up. Francis Boyce says, and welcome to the channel, Francis. It looks like you've got an excellent question here. Can you explain the difference in cost to borrow for short-term loan shares and short interest? Absolutely. Short interest is positions that are taken short against the options. So it's an options trade. What you're asking about, the other part of that is cost to borrow. Cost to borrow is just simply it's a very easy math formula. It takes your 3 month average volume divided by how many shares are on loan to tell you how long it would take on an average 3 month volume uh, to reduce the on loan shares down to zero. Now, where does short interest fall into that on loan share amount? They do have some kind of correlation, and the correlation is that they're, on loan shares, part of that is short interest. So the question becomes then, does short interest have a direct impact on cost to borrow? And I would say the answer is partially yes. However, on loan shares are not all short interest. And that's the important thing to remember is that some short interest is reflected in on loan amounts, not all short interest. And so that's one of the things there is a big portion of cost to borrow would be wrapped up in short interest, but not all of it. There is a gap. And that gap, 100%, that gap is where our brokers are making money on loans. That's the big portion of money that they're making on loans because those stay on loan for a long time. There's short interest that is likely unable to be closed. But Donkey Kong says, I love it when Tony tells haters to F off. I did tell Bad Back to shut the hell up once, and I apologized. I got a little out of hand. I do think that people deserve the right to say whatever it is they feel they want to say. Justin, I am. I'm expecting the market dump to happen today. That's the whole reason for the title. 100%. I thought it was going to happen today. Um, I took a risk this morning when I was looking at the pre-market data. I took a risk and was looking at it based off of simply based off of what I was seeing through Fidelity. There was a lot of selling going on yesterday. All but two companies in the top 30 had very close to 50-50 buy-sell ratios or less. Or less. That means people are selling. Retail is selling their positions in the market. How does the price move up in the market if retail's selling? It's it's inflated pricing by long institutions to try and grab money, as much money as they can on their long positions before they close out. So if it's not today, it's coming. It's really, really close because they're trying to grab as much money as they possibly can before they get out. Gary said Santa seems slow. He's old, dude. Give him a break, man. Chris says Tony is not an engineer, no degree. He was a project manager, again, no degree, and now you've kissed the ring. He likes to take credit for shit that he hasn't accomplished. So, um, hmm, damn, Chris, I feel like you called me out, man. I feel like you called me out. Hmm. I don't know what to say to that. I understand they said don't kiss the ring. I'm not trying to kiss the ring. I feel like I'm still me. No, I mean, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying there. I feel like I'm doing like I feel like I'm looking into my soul right now and trying to find out if I'm kissing rings. And I totally remember you saying that. Trust me, Chris. Trust me, it's been on my mind. It has been on my mind. I'm not trying to kiss any rings. I mean, I would hope that most of you guys know I'm not here to do anything more than document history and try to help as many apes out as I can along the way. And the only way I can gain your trust through that is by not um, asking for money or collecting money or trying to promote anything. I feel like I'm doing the very best that I possibly can to gain your trust, because we live in a world where that crap is just being pushed down our throats, and I'm not going to change. I'm either going to, if I feel like I'm going to change, my moderators, every single one of my moderators that I have on here, except for maybe one or two, I've talked to about this, and I said, if you see me changing, call me out. 100% call me out because I don't want to change. I want you guys to be able to trust me. So I don't feel like I'm kissing a ring, but I don't know. Maybe I am. I don't feel like it though. Francis said, "Thank you for the explanation, but my smooth brain can't cope." You don't, I mean, I would say, Francis, just try to think of cost to borrow as just simply an indicator that tells you whether or not our total volume is high or low. So as volume increases, the cost to borrow, or sorry, you said CTB. Did I say? Wait. Hold on a second here. Did you say CTB? I think I said something completely different than what you were saying. Hold on a second. I think I just made a huge mistake. Hold on. Can you explain the difference between cost to borrow? Oh my gosh. I was talking about something completely different. I was talking about, ignore everything that I said, Francis. I completely said something completely different. I was talking about, oh my gosh, that's so bad. Okay, big difference. Cost to borrow, I don't know what I said before. I was talking about days to cover, DTC. I don't know why my ADD kicked in for a minute and translated your cost to borrow to DTC, but I was talking about days to cover. You're talking about cost to borrow when shares get low. The amount of shares that are available to borrow, cost to borrow should go up, right? When demand is high, but there's low amounts of ability to loan shares, cost to borrow should rise. So let me reread your question one more time and retry to answer this. I'm so glad that you said that because I feel like such a moron for explaining it the way that I did because I was relating days to cover to your short interest question, and it was you asked about cost to borrow. Can you please explain the difference to cost to borrow for short-term loan shares and short interest? Cost to borrow for short-term loan shares. I'm assuming what you mean by that is fees versus cost to borrow. So if you own a home, this is how to explain it. And again, referencing what Steven said about so much bad information. I'm going to give you my opinion here. I think I understand what you're trying to ask. When you get a home loan, you have fees, right? Cost to borrow, is going to be your interest rate on your house. Your fees is different because that's how much it costs you to borrow those shares. So it sounds almost like the same thing, but it's not. Like when you go to borrow or take out a loan, there's fees that are attached, but then you have cost of borrow, and that's different. It's a yearly or annual percentage rate that you're going to get charged for the amount that you have on loan. And you're asking what's the difference between that short-term loan share borrow and a short interest. Short interest is just simply a representation of the amount of shares that are shorted against um, the security or the stock. So short interest is just the amount, it's the quantity. Cost to borrow is the interest rate. That's maybe the best way to explain it. My bad, and I apologize severely for completely misreading that. Thanks, Pebbles. ABC says, Casey, no more drinking until we MOASS. Oh, shoot. I'm past my break time. Oh, screw it. I haven't finished my drink yet, so I'm gonna stay here until 11. I'm gonna take my break at 11:10 so I can finish my drink off with you guys. That may be part of the reason. This drink is strong, but it's not that strong. Yeah, shares on loan and fees for short interest. So the fees for short interest are just like a one-time fee. It's not something that's going to be reoccurring. Whereas the short interest is just simply the amount of shorting position that there is taken out on an security. Sorry, security. Where's my? Oh, okay, no line. No, it actually is my fault, Francis. The ADD literally kicked in, and my brain translated CTB into DTC. Don't even ask. That crap happens, man. When you've got ADD with a mixture with a little twist of of dyslexia, and I'm not even kidding you. I was labeled with dyslexia and ADD when I was a child. And when you have those kind of things, when you read something and then you transfer it in your head to a different acronym. So when I read your cost to borrow, my brain said, "Oh, DTC." Crazy, crazy how it happens. So it wasn't you. I promise it was me. Must be tough to be an engineer with ADD because I have it too. It actually it only sucks when you have to work with other people because as with ADD you kind of become like an introvert when you're working on something intensely. So if you can become that introvert when you're working on it intensely, you can actually dial in on it and focus extremely well. You can learn to channel that focus and just deal with whatever it is. Now, when you start adding in like people talking around you, and like conversations and phone calls and pagers going off and emails coming through and instant messages coming through nonstop. Those are the kind of things where it just kind of starts driving you nuts. And this is why I worked on night shift most of my entire life. Uh, I have to reduce the amount of outside noise that I have to be able to work intently on the things that I'm working on. Dell says, Casey, I'm a super newbie on your channel. I can tell you that you are a niche on your own. Having been a former DFE viewer, I yellowed on GME. I think your content is uniquely spot on. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That actually is a huge compliment in my opinion. DFE is OG, man. OG. Uh, I'm gonna try to say this name. El Supremo. Actually, it was really easy once I looked at it for a second. El Supremo is 100% accurate in what he's saying there. That is probably, and I don't have great words. So what El Supremo said, he says, I think it's the term interest being used to represent two different measurements is confusing, and that's I would agree. That's exactly what throws it off. It's not really. I mean, it is open interest, but it's the terminology, the way that it's used, that makes it sound like it's a type of interest. It is. It is a type of interest, but it's not the same kind of interest. Man, Francis, you're new and you already know this? What the heck? What the heck, man? Like, who told you about that? Who told you about the price rising when I'm supposed to be on my break? I take my breaks when I take my breaks for a reason. You guys don't need me here when it's rising. S. Jinx says, finally found my ADD family. I've been looking for you all my life. Boy, I must, I feel like I just attract like-minded people or something. Today it is at 1650, Adam. 1650. Hey, Fahad, I wanted to ask you a question. And you don't have to say specifics, but do I know you from someplace else on another form of social media, just out of curiosity? I have a feeling I think I know who you might be, but I'm not 100% certain. Would I know your name as something else on another form of social media? Just curious. Duncan says we tell everyone that when you're on break. I stopped many months ago reading what it is you guys say while I'm on my break because it's just I need to let go and just walk away. So that's funny. You don't need me here, BG, when it's ripping. You don't. You just don't need me. I got to eat some more lasagna. Maybe I should have top ramen. Raise your hand if you're having top ramen for lunch today. If somebody else is having top ramen, I'm gonna have it too. If all y'all are eating something different than top ramen for lunch, then I'm gonna eat some more lasagna. But if you have to suffer, I'm gonna suffer with you. I actually don't consider eating top ramen suffering, but that's just me. Yeah, I'll stay till 11:20. I'll do the last numbers or the numbers before I go to break at 11. AMC news. Let's check and see. Let's see what we got here. There's a lot of news, but nothing really kind of worth reading. Yeah, I don't see anything here that's worth reading, honestly. Let me check something else out here. Let me see if Adam Aaron's tweeted anything out at all. Hmm. I retweeted this, and I don't think that I think this was after we did the show yesterday. So I'll just throw this up here on the screen so you can see it. But movie going was slow in January, February, but then came the Batman, and now the floodgates open. 325, The Lost City, 4-1 Morbius, 4-8 Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and Ambulance, 4-15 Fantastic Beasts and Father Stew, 4-24 Massive Talent, and then summer blockbusters start coming over and over. Somebody had mentioned in here, I think Green was one was Power, one was Faith, and I think this one was I can't remember which. I want to say Purple was Faith, Strength, and, and I forget what the other one was. But they were saying these three colors specifically mean like faith, power, and something else. I don't remember. I'm done with these. I'm done with these. Trying to figure these out kind of things. What I would like to do though is if any of you guys want to look it up, see if you got any of these dates wrong on the releases for these movies. It might mean something if he has an incorrect date in there. I haven't done that yet to check and see. GD says, watch that sodium, Casey. Don't want trouble at your next annual physical. Who gets those? Who gets an annual physical? Shoot, I honestly can't remember the last time I had an annual. Hey KC, is the annual fee to borrow a stock based upon the price of the stock at the time of borrowing, or does it reset annually? Annual fee to borrow? No, okay, so you're talking about cost to borrow, CTB. Boris is talking about CTB. CTB is should be based off of it should be based off of supply and demand. So if there's a lot of shares to borrow, then the cost to borrow should be lower. If there's not a lot of shares to borrow, then the cost to borrow should be really high. We haven't really seen that with AMC. AMC is at 100% utilization, but yet our cost to borrow has not risen. I'll tell you why. Security lending. Um, there's the kitchen sink that's still out there, and they haven't been used. I think they secured the loans, but I don't think that they've actually been used. And so because of that, I think that's keeping the cost to borrow down. It may be a hedge fund trick to be able to manipulate cost to borrow to keep them out of trouble. It's very likely. I don't know if that's true or not. This is speculation on my part. Yes, Remtac reminding everybody no farting while trading. You're not allowed to fart and trade at the same time. It can cause, it's like crossing streams for the Ghostbusters. Don't do it. Einstein says just 180 bucks on a scratch off. Too bad my idea of a hot meal comes through the window of my car. Einstein, are you married? Oh, that sounds really sexist of me. I didn't even realize how bad that sounded until I said it. I mean, like, can't you make your own meals? That was really bad on my part. To all women out there, I did not mean it quite like that. That's not exactly how I meant it. It's just like, what, nobody makes you any food ever? That's what I meant it as. Pumpy, the 2 weeks are never over. Black swans don't need no doctors. Yeah, we just croak in our seats. The question is does cost to borrow change for the stock you already borrowed after you borrow it, i.e., rise with the stock or renegotiated at some point? It shouldn't. Ooh, huh. No, I wouldn't. Maybe it does. I don't know the answer to that one. That's actually a really good point. I never really thought about it like that before, but it's possible that the cost of borrow does rise. Um, I doubt it gets renegotiated, just guessing on my part, but it's possible that the loaning amount, the fee for the loaning of the shares could go up as they're borrowed. Meaning that, like, let's say, for example, you borrowed at like 1.2 and the cost of borrow goes up to like 5, that you're on the hook now for a 5% loan. It's possible. I'm not sure how that works. I'm only speculating. I have no idea. Yes, Boris. And I'm not sure if they have to, I'm not sure how it's paid exactly. I'm not 100% sure. I do know that it's an annual interest rate. I'm not sure if they have to pay on it annually or if they have to pay on it on quarterly. Gary asked about can I play Ride Captain Ride? I'll put it on my list. I always preview them first and then check them out and then figure out when I feel like they're going to sound the best. I think Steven was doing um, some of our songs for the mornings for a while, and then I stopped. There was like 1 or 2 days I didn't listen to what he said, and I feel like maybe he might have taken that wrong. Um, because then he didn't give me any more song choices. Where did it say that? Blues Image. And then Savvy said, I cook for my hardworking husband. That is very, very sweet. I hope he cooks on occasions too. Francis says, I forgive you. Thank you, Francis. Volume is definitely starting to pick back up again. Adam says, I feel like I'm the youngest in the stream. So, Adam, you may be like me. I always find myself hanging out with the older crowd. Um, I've always, I've always been a collector of wisdom ever since I was a kid. I always liked hanging out with people older than me because they're smart. And you might be like me, Adam. I don't know how old you are, but keep doing it. Hang out with those older people. Sometimes you got a couple wrinkles to share. Add sauteed beef on top of ramen. That sounds so yummy. I could totally go for that. Nos is asking, is there a due date for return back on only on failure to delivers? Those are borrowed shares that aren't really borrowed. So usually what they do is they usually borrow shares, but the real answer to your question, Nosa, is no. There's not a return. There can be recalls of shares. So people who are loaning out shares, institutions that are loaning out shares can recall the shares that they have on loan. That is completely up to them to do. So one of the interesting things, because you raise this as a question, one of the interesting things is that you know how everybody's been pushing for share count, a share count. The only way that or share recall, I'm sorry. There's a big difference between a share count and a share recall. The only way that you can have a share recall is if the institutions who are loaning shares recall their loaned shares. They are the ones who get to decide whether they're willing to recall their shares, not CEO Adam Aaron, not him or any other CEO. They don't get to make that determination. It has to be the lenders of the shares who decide whether or not they're going to recall their shares and allow for a share recall to occur. So just throwing that out there because I think it's really interesting how many people consistently are calling for a share recall when Adam Aaron has no power over that whatsoever. It's not within his control. Oh, we're all putting our ages in here now. Look at you guys. Mitch, I wasn't telling on you. Thanks for tell people what I got kicked out of the space call for saying. Oh, you got kicked out of a space call for saying that to people? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, it's just see the thing is Mitch, it's so funny to me. It's so funny. I go into those Twitch space calls all the time. All the time. You'll find me on my break when I leave here. When I go to break here in about 25 minutes from now, you might find me in a space call. And I love it. I love listening to people talk about our stock. But some of the craziest things are said. Some of the craziest of crazy things. And one of the things that I find hilarious is when they sit there and say, like, you need to stop listening to those YouTubers. And I'm sitting there and I don't like to consider myself a YouTuber, but I know I'm doing YouTube and I've got people. I'm sitting there and I'm going like, why do they say those kind of things? Why do they think that they know so much more than other people who are doing YouTube channels? Um, I mean, they may actually know more, but why are they bashing specifically on people who are doing YouTube channels like constantly? I don't understand it. I really just don't. It's like they have like some kind of motive. And of course, I know not all YouTubers are the best. Yeah, I know we all have our own opinions, but it's just kind of interesting to me. It's kind of strange. And then there's things that they talk about within those space communities that are just extremely toxic, and the fighting is just like really intense. It's I have to say, it's it's like going to a show. It's like going to a show. You eat some dinner, you got yourself a dinner and a show. Crypto says, check out the itchy booger. Let's do it. We've got 4 more minutes. I'll do it in 4 minutes, Crypto. We got 4 minutes when I do the data and we look at it. We'll take a look at the itchy booger. I just think it's funny. The funniest part is that some of the people who said don't listen to YouTubers have started their own YouTube channels, which I think is hilarious because you'll sit there, see them talk about crap about YouTubers, and the next thing you know, they're starting a YouTube channel. It's like, man, like you just literally got done like the last like 2 or 3 months saying don't listen to YouTubers. Now all of a sudden you're a YouTuber. Like, what the heck? What's going on here? I don't understand. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to make sense of it. ABC says Casey is this gamma pressure. We'll have to take a look at the numbers here when we look at them, ABC, and see if we've had a lot of closed out positions. That's what I would look for. I would look for exercised or closed positions to see if that's what this is. It could be possible. All right, Sir's checking out the data. It looks like we just hit a TD9. We may see a trend reversal, and we do have data points here touching the top Bollinger Band. At least, well, maybe not. I mean, they're definitely within the two sigma. Yep, none of them are touching, but I'm sure this was within the two sigma, so we might see at least a return to the simple moving average unless we have uh, just incredible amounts of buying pressure. Some of these last minutes here were 746,000 shares that minute, 1.2, almost 1.3 million that minute. So most of these are over 500,000 shares a minute uh, for the last 7 minutes. So we're getting a good chunk of volume moving through here. Fahad, you never answered my question from earlier. Whatever blows their dress up. I like that. All right, guys, I'm gonna refresh Fidelity, take a swig here. Oh yeah, that's some good. That's some good rum and Dr. Pepper. Let's take a look. Steven's like, no, don't do it. We gotta look at the numbers, man. Gotta stick to the plan. Don't worry, it'll be over in just a minute. 49% in the off exchange, and oh, hey, the EDGX is at 10.89 an hour ago. So let's see what it's at now. 49.7% in the off exchange and 11.22. So the off exchange is not suppressing price, so that may be why we're running up right now, partially. ABC was asking whether it was a gamma or other. Um, Based on which direction we're heading right now, an off exchange percentage price discovery resistance using this methodology here of dark pools, I would say that part of the reason we're running up is because they're not suppressing prices heavily. Even the CBOE EDGX is under the 30-day average. So that's probably part of the reason why. I wouldn't give too much lending to Gamma. Gamma would probably squeeze a little bit harder than this. You'd see bigger jumps. Uh, Opinion. That's opinion. I need to start saying that. That's my opinion. Borrow change. An hour ago, there was 378,000 shares having been returned. It's now 328,000, so it's they borrowed about 50,000 shares there, and more than likely in short interest. Ortex is currently reporting 21.02% of the short interest of the free float. Cost of borrow is about the same as it was an hour ago at 2.74. Let's take a look at options. This is where if we see a lot of closed out positions here on the calls, then it might indicate or be an indication. No, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing it right now, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been closed out. It could just be delayed reporting. But at a $20 strike price an hour ago, there were 68.4 thousand contracts. There is now 90.2 thousand contracts. When I tell you guys that the market is going to make money with or without us, we don't have to cause a gamma. I guarantee you that a lot of this option movement right here on the calls, it's just not all retail. It's a lot of institutions that are trying to money grab. On the put side, at a $18.50 strike price, there was 11.5 thousand contracts. There's now 15. The landslide of volume difference between calls and puts is astronomical. It's it's nearing a 10-to-1 ratio. The walk up right now at 20.5, which we're already over, is another 13,000 contracts. At $21, we hit 24,000 contracts. At $21.50, we hit 5,000 contracts. We might see a slowdown maybe after 21. It just depends. Moving some screens over. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is in number 2, 55% buys to 45% sales. I don't like to see it lower than 60-40. Look how low Tesla is, 41 to 59. AMC in third still, 56% buys to 44% sales. Doing just a percent better than GME. Is ADBE Adobe? I wonder if that's what that is. It says Infotech. That's probably what ADB is. Just kind of curious. Shares available to borrow. Looks. Ooh. They're going to start borrowing out of the ETFs here soon. Is that another 150K borrowed? I think it is. Let me add that in. 2.25 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day, I think. Would not be, in fact, it looks like they borrowed out of the ETFs as well, 50,000. So we're at 2.3 million shares. They're doing, they may start borrowing out of the ETFs because they really don't have a whole lot to borrow out of the availables right now. Fee is at 1.2%. 100,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 100,000, 100.8 to be exact. Not exactly exact, but 46.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. We have 907 contracts in the money on the puts. 72,000 contracts are in the money or out of the money on the calls, which is under 100K. That is beautiful. Look at the numbers that are in the money going down the weeks. Really starting to stack. These number of in the money puts exceedingly decreasing. SSR triggers at 1643 in case you're worried about hitting it. Screw the hedgies! Screw them! Sorry, I had to say that. NASDAQ is up 0.12. Dow Jones is down 0.86. S&P 500 is down 0.49. We currently have the market declining over advancing just barely with 3,914 decliners to 3,675 advancers. The market seems to be making a little bit of a recovery. The VIX is down 0.17. IWM is down 0.43. Tesla is up 3.85. Amazon is up 0.47. Cinemark up 2.09. Doge is up 2.07. Bitcoin is up 0.45. GME is making another run at 20%. Our gold mine is up 1.5. Hood is up down 1.72. Oh, wait. I got one for that. I just love it when the. Oh shoot! I think I just blew out your guys' speakers. I apologize. Let's try that again. I apologize if I just blew out your guys' speakers. I'm gonna owe you guys speakers. And AMC is up 16.93%. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, currently we are for 15% or $15 million more of outflow than inflow. We are absolutely killing the volume right now with like close to 1 million shares a minute. We only have to hit 250,000 shares a minute to make 100 million shares traded for the day. So obviously we're exceeding that very heavily. Let's go ahead and figure out what kind of pace we're on here for the day. We are on pace for 218 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested earlier before the market opened that we would see somewhere between 190 to 220 million shares traded for the day today. I mean, so far we're on pace. We're in my target range, but I have a feeling I'm going to end up being a little bit high. I apologize, but it's been a really long time since we've been this much pre-market volume, and I'm going to have to take like a day or two to just adjust a little bit, but I might be a little high. Maybe we hit like 160, 170. I don't know. We might hit 180. Not bad though. Not bad considering it's been a while since we've been here. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.57, which still has its very high number for the daily. Let's see what the weekly is, just out of curiosity. On the weekly, that's at 45.51. It still has room to run and it hasn't crossed over on the Vortex indicator just yet, but it definitely is showing more buying pressure than selling pressure. On the hourly interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with the RSI dipping up, or not dipping, but rising up above the oversold range at 73.09. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover within the last hour, and RSI at 72.46 signaling for overbought region as well. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.13 and what appears to be cooling off just slightly, trying to come back down out of that overbought region. So prices dropping just a little bit, might be trying to consolidate or at least correct. Maybe we printed TD9 here. We did correct down to the simple moving average, took off again, had another TD9, but never actually made it back down to the moving average. Still continued to rise in price, especially with volume rising, and we're hitting the simple moving average. It looks like volatility is starting to decrease. They may try to attack this down. They may be trying to control volume at this point. Whoops. I meant to hit these buttons. There we go. GD says, I'm jealous for the FOMO some new apes is feeling right now. AMC Panda says another 20% day. Gary says, what happened to the cup and handle? Let's check it out. Oh, I said I was going to look at the Ichimoto. Yeah, I said it right. I can't believe I accidentally said it wrong. We'll take a look at the cup and handle here in just a second, but on the 1 hour, this is the 1 hour on the Ichimoto. It's looking pretty. I mean, look at the futures on this. It's looking kind of weak. This cloud is really weak looking on the hour. I mean, it's just super, super weak and stretched out. So it's not the best looking data I've ever seen. At $20.67 in the next hour, if it stays there, it might start to look a little bit better because it'll be above it'll at least be above the conversion line. But to be honest with you, a dip down to the base is pretty much a selling sign on this indicator. Um, I don't know. I mean, this is really where people would probably, when I say people, I'm talking about day traders and swing traders. They may look at this and say, okay, well, let's go out to the 4 hour. Or at least the swing traders might look at this and say, let's go out to the 4 hour. And they'd look at this and they'd say like, okay, actually it's printing a TD9 now, calling for reversal. If it blasts through a TD9, if this thing blasts through a TD9 and just continues, like that has to be FOMO buying. It would have to be. So the cup and handle, I mean, in my opinion, let me get rid of this Ichimoto. I would have expected the handle to maybe make it down to 1643 to 1633, and it didn't. So it could still continue to run. I don't know, there's some mixed signals going on here. GME's actually dropped down to 15%. They were at 20 just a bit ago. Oh, wait. There was something I forgot to show you guys this morning. Let me see if this makes sense. I completely forgot about this. Would have been here or potentially there. Let me just extend this out just a tad bit. That would actually make the most sense right there. I would be, I'm going to be really shocked. Ouch, what the heck is it? I would be really shocked if this formula works out. Let me try it. 1638, 2079. $62. 2352. What did we get up to? I'm going to set a number at 2352. Actually, let's get rid of that. Close enough. I'm going to set that number. Kind of curious if we're going to hit this. So I'm looking at this as an ascending broadening wedge here. And I showed you this is an ascending broadening wedge yesterday, but I was basing it off of the smaller numbers for the day yesterday, and had set, I think 1850 was the number that I thought that we would break out up into. Um, I think that was the number, but we ended up breaking like just we broke past it. We broke well past it, and it never broke outside the bottom side of the um, ascending broadening wedge, which it should have. And it just went straight up to 1850 and just continued to trade sideways. But it still looks to me like we're still on like an ascending broadening wedge from some of the more current points on that last run up. And if that's the case, and this is the bottom touching point, then when it breaks out, um, actually, I wonder if this is more. Yeah, this is probably a better point to be using because when it breaks out of ascending broadening wedge, the way it's supposed to work is it breaks out on the second, wherever the secondary touching point on the bottom side of the wedge is where the price, when it breaks out, should come back down to. And that's basically where it came down to, was the secondary touching point right here. That's really, really close. So price came back down, touched that point, found support, and then started taking back off again to come up with where you're going to reach in price on the breakout going up, which is like 62% of the time it's accurate. Um, Basically, what you do is you take your high point, 2079, minus your low point, which I think was, I don't remember what the number was, 1638, and then multiply it by 60, 61 or 62% or something like that. And then you come up with your value that you add to your top number. And so that becomes your target number that it could possibly reach to for this signal. I think it's 60, maybe it was 60% or 61. I don't know. 62, it's close enough. So there's a very strong possibility that we could be seeing 2350 before the close of the day today. And this rise right here would be a pennant that's forming right now. No, you didn't. Well, maybe you did miss it, Brian. I don't know. I did show it. You can go back. There's a back button. Adam says, "We buy, we hold, we screw the hedges, screw them." What did I say for my price prediction for the day today? I said 2067 was my high. We're well above that. Even Eric only had, who had the highest? Monty. Monty's killing it today, guys. Monty is killing it. He's got 2035 to 2335. Monty is Monty is just absolutely killing it. Um, who said what here? Somebody said, "Where's Bad Back?" And then Crazy Peppy said, "Where's Bad Back?" And Brian said, "Where's Chan Chan?" For those of you who don't know, Pebbles is just repeating what Chan Chan says. We have Chan Chan used to come into the thing and say AMC go to dead. Um, we had fun with Chan Chan. Unfortunately, I don't think his family is able to make money off of him shilling any longer. Um, Unfortunately, I think Chan Chan's had to find work elsewhere. It's sad. It's sad. I hope My hope is that Chan Chan took some of the money that was given to him for shilling and maybe perhaps rolled that into some AMC shares. and can make his family some great money. That would be my hopes, because everybody deserves to make money, especially those who've made money from the hedge funds. Using that money directly to make money off of them, it would be sweet, sweet justice. Gary says, Captain Casey, take us to another shore to make history lyrics. Are those the lyrics to the song you were telling me to look up from earlier? I'm gonna go look it up on my break. It's time to take a break anyways. Ride, Captain, ride. I'm gonna look it up. All right, guys, time to take a break. Unfortunately, I know a lot of you guys take breaks around this period of time, and normally I would have taken an hour earlier, but I worked right through and lost track of time. So I'm gonna take it a little bit late today, and well, hopefully we get that little run up while I'm gone this time. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Oh, it's kind of chilly in this house. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta check the temperature. I feel like it got cold. Oh, it is. It is way cold in this house. Heat is coming on. Bring the heat. Bring the heat. I missed 22. Oh man, I did miss it. It just barely. It struck it, didn't it? Oh, so nice. I did something, guys. I did something on break. I went for gold. Maggie says, want coal? I'll happily join you, Maggie, up there in Maine. I do not mind the cold, and I actually really want to visit Maine really bad. I want to have some clam chowder up there. Um, I really want like some like a bread bowl clam chowder and maybe some crab. I don't know, some great seafood. I think I would love it in Maine. I think I would just absolutely love it. Mana pause. Benaki Kong's like, you're complaining too much, man. All right, let me tell you what I did, guys. I went a little far. I went too far. Good afternoon, Maggie, too. Thick says, Casey, you want to do a guy a favor and post a Dropbox link for me? Got a delivery for Pip. Um, if you send it to me, I can send it to her through Twitter, I guess, if that's how you want to do it. Well, lobster is cool too. I'll do lobster. I don't lobster bisque. Yeah, see, I don't like well, sometimes I like working for my food and sometimes I don't. I hate it when the crab gets cold or the lobster gets cold before you have a chance to get it in the butter, which is why you got to have piping hot butter, of course. Um, so that's just kind of one of my pet peeves. So I would rather have like a lobster bisque or something like that would be really good. Sounds good, Aldo. I'm in. Let's do it. All right, we got to get back to work here, guys. We got to get back to work. All right, I'll follow you back, Thick, but you got to send me a message. Send me a message or something so I know it's you. Um, I want to show you guys something. I did something just weird. I've done this before. I've done this like on one other occasion. I guess it would be under tweets and replies. So Jim Cramer posted, "I welcome Ryan Cohen to Mad Money to discuss both Bed Bath and GameStop. I will give him 10 minutes on each." And I said he'd probably rather interview with somebody who makes a difference. But then I said, no, let's take it a step further. So I retweeted it to Ryan Cohen, and I said, Ryan Cohen, want to talk about BBBY and GME? I'd love to give you an open mic. He'll never accept. He'll never accept, but I thought it was funny. I was like, you know what? And it would be the ultimate burn if he actually did say yes to me. And I would love to interview that guy. I would love to interview him. Have so many questions. Just because I work with AMC does not mean that I am not fully in support of what's happening with GME and what's everything that they're trying to accomplish and saving the company over there. And I would absolutely love to talk to Ryan Cohen about everything that he is doing and what he can or cannot talk about. But yeah, man, that would be incredible. Probably won't happen, but we'll see. Who knows? Never hurts to ask. Let's take a look at our numbers here. I'm going to refresh Fidelity. All right, taking you guys to the other page. You're not going to be able to see what it is I won't be able to see what it is you were writing, so just hold off on questions here until I get done with these numbers. Taking a look at the data here. Let's see what we have. Off exchange. An hour ago, there was 49.7% traded in the off exchange for AMC and 11.22% in the CBOE EDGX. Let's refresh and see where we're at now. 51.17, which is over our 30-day average for the off exchange, and the EDGX has moved up to 11.39. So definitely a lot of price suppression out of those numbers. Moving down to Ortex. An hour ago, there was 328,000 shares having been returned according to Ortex. Is now a borrow of 139,000 shares. That is definitely going to adjust the estimated current short share interest of the free flow up to 21.06. And let's take a look at the options. At a $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 90.2 thousand contracts. There is now 109,000 contracts. On the put side, at an $18.50 strike price, there was 15,000 contracts. There is now 20.9. That's a 5-to-1 ratio in puts versus calls, with a $1.50 difference, signifying maybe a 19.25 price closing for the day. We'll have to see if that holds up. I have a feeling it's not. We'll see. We shall see. Let me just transfer a couple pages real quick over. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has moved into second position with 53% buys to 47% sales. GME is holding 53% buys to 47% sales. They slipped one spot to third. Tesla's still running in first, but people are selling like crazy out of this one. 40 to 60, more selling than buying. SSR trigger price would have been $16.43. There are no shares available to borrow at this time. As of an hour ago, there was another borrowing of another 100,000 shares, and the ETFs have not seen any numbers pulled out of there. Fees did go back up to 1.3. Another 100,000 shares added on to our current number puts us at 2.4 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. Yesterday was 2.85. Calls. 105.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 68.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. We have as many puts that are out of the money as we have calls that are out of the money. Them some harsh numbers. How you like them apples? NASDAQ is down 0.27, Dow Jones is down 1.01, and the S&P 500 is down 0.67. We currently have 4,256 decliners to 3,353 advancers. The market is in a decline. The VIX is up 0.87. IWM is down 0.89. Tesla is up 1.71. Amazon is up 0.2. Cinemark is up 2.59. Doge is up 5.12. Bitcoin is up 0.26. GME is up 14.21. Our gold mine is down 0.38. Hood is down 1.86. And AMC is up 18.07%. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have a $24 million spread between outflow and inflow. 118 million shares having been traded for the day today. We're on pace for 207 million shares traded for the day today. And my prediction to you guys earlier this morning before market open, I said somewhere between 190 million to 220. We are on pace, but we do typically see a slowdown. I do expect to probably be a little bit high on my volume prediction for the day today. I'm gonna have to get used to it. It's gonna be a little bit of a I gotta dust off the cobwebs, oil up the squeaky gears. It's been a while since we've been this high in volume. On the daily interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure according to the Vortex indicator, and the RSI is at 67.55, which is signaling for definitely a very elevated overbought signal. On 1 hour interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 74.96, which is outside of our limits for overbought. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.85, trying to correct for the overbought signal. On a 5-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 66.48. So we may see a bit of a cooling off period. A little bit more consolidation before perhaps taking back off again here. Let's take a look at perhaps an ascending parallel channel. Let's check and see. If it is an ascending parallel channel, is like one of the, it's like, yeah, it is. It's a pretty weak one. Like the incline's not that great, meaning it could climb up this for a while before breaking out, going down. Typically speaking, whenever I see a price break out of an ascending parallel channel that's weak like this, it turns into a more steeper ascending parallel channel. So you might see something that might go along the lines of like this. If it does break out going out of this upwards, when it breaks out of that one, if it breaks out of two ascending parallel channels, I usually know to zoom out to like a larger time scale. Like I want to say like 90% of the time when it breaks out of two ascending parallel channels, that's you're on the backside of a cup. We are aiming for 2351 by the end of the day today. '72 is the temperature that I set the house temperature for, Jana, and it was 67. It was definitely cold in the house. You know, Dell's saying if they have to hedge for 10 million shares next week, that could help break through the next resistance level. I'm gonna say right now, like even if we just have 10% of 100,000 shares that get exercised into shares, that becomes a million shares that have to be found, and those turn into Failure delivers if they don't deliver those on time. Volume currently averaging probably right around 300,000 shares a minute. 250,000 shares a minute is what we need to hit 100 million shares traded for the day. We're obviously well above 100 million shares for the day today. Code 700, huh? I'm not seeing 700s on the order book. I'm seeing a bunch of 100s. Let's go over to the order book and take a look at it. I see a bunch of 100s in here. Let me fix the order book here. It's off. Let's see here. Let's see. I see a lot of 100s, which is I need shares. I'm seeing there is some 700s in there now. Move the price up. 7 and 800s are rolling in. Prepare for an increase in trading volume. So I see 700s and 800s going through the order book. So yeah, move the price up and prepare for an increase in trading volume. I'm actually in agreement. Ross says, Casey, can you give a wee tutorial on how to read different aspects of the order book? And I would have to say that um, really the only way that it's really going to make a lot of sense to you, Ross, is if you just sit and watch it compared to the price as the price is moving. When I have it on like the regular page, just kind of watch it a little bit, watch what happens to the price. But basically, what happens is orders are being so on the ask side over here. On the ask side, you have prices that people are willing to sell for, and on the bid side, you have prices that people are willing to pay for shares. Then you see the order amount. The size is how many shares they want to purchase at that price. So you're seeing requests that are queued up in the order list here. Um, the spread is the difference between the highest ask, and the lowest bid. And right now you can see that there is no spread. We got 2141 and 2142. So I mean, there's no spread here. If it was like 2140 and 2150, then your spread is like a 9 cent, 10-cent spread. I think it's really a 9-cent spread because you can't count the actual number. But anyways, so these size over here are just the order sizes, prices here. Um, whatever order goes through last is what causes the price of the stock to be what it is. So if I pull this up right here, these are the actual orders as they're going through, and you'll see the prices here. Whatever these last orders that are going through are actually the price that you're seeing on the ticker. So 2140 is the current price. Whatever goes through the ticker last or most recent is what the current share price is. And so this is the time and sales. This is the order book. Uh, green means they're orders that were, I think green are orders that are filled from a purchase on the buy side. Red are orders that are filled from the sell side. from the asking side. And then anything that's white or gray, some people see it as gray. White or gray is something that's filled in the middle. It neither was the ask or the bid side. So the orders are just flying through. Crazy amounts of volume going through here. We're absolutely having a lot of volume. Hopefully that helps. I don't know if that gave you the information that you wanted. The distribution on the order book over here on the top side, this kind of stuff right here, this will kind of show you like volume levels on price, and so you can kind of see like walls where the walls are set up as the price is moving up here. So that's kind of how I look at it. It just kind of takes a little while. Like if you just kind of watch the book for a little bit, it starts to make a little bit more sense to you as you're kind of seeing it. PC3 is asking me why I think that the price is running up today. Some people have suggested it's because of Ryan Cohen buying shares on GME. I'm not, I'm not real, I'm not keen on that. I probably should just hold my tongue for a while and wait and see. I have my own reasons why I think it happened, and I kind of expressed them earlier this morning, but I don't think everybody's going to agree with me, and that's okay. Um, but I should probably just hold off on saying why I think it is. I really should just wait and see if we can't get some more facts in the future. Such a politician answer. It doesn't really affect it more. It just means that it's going to take longer for the price to move past 2140 before it can get to the next larger number. No, I don't think it's shorts covering. Brian, if it was shorts covering, we would have gotten everybody would have known by now that margin calls had gone through. And I don't think that's the case. We first started seeing price rip right at market open starting yesterday. So I would not say that either. Yeah, Remtac saying ew double top. We got a nice looking Margaret Thatcher here. So as it stands right now, we're getting a TD9, which means we should have a reversal on this. Let's see how that looks on the Bollinger Bands, because I would almost imagine, yeah, we got almost touched down there. So we should see a reversal on this inside of our ascending parallel channel. Maybe head back up towards that simple moving average a little bit. Hey, we learned together, Ross. We learned together. But I'm not kidding though, Ross. Like seriously, just stare at that order book for like, I don't know, 15 minutes and just see how price moves in comparison to how that order book is moving. It'll open your eyes to just a completely different world. Do you guys remember that tweet that I posted about, let me give you a scenario if you were to sell on Monday? Because it's looking like that right now. The tweet that I had tweeted out says, Let me give you a scenario. If you, I'll just go to the second part. A decision to sell AMC and get back in could take up to a week. GME was 1708 on 1/8. 1708 on 1/8. I posted this on March 19th. March 19th closing price. Well, I should say 18th was 1580. So semi close to the number that I gave in the post. GME was 1708 on 1/8 by 114. 5 business trading days later, the price was 42.61. If you sold 100 shares on 1/8, when you got back in on 114, you'd only be able to buy 40 shares. That's rough. That is really, really rough. Because there's a good strong possibility that that's a very close scenario to what we could be seeing happen here. By a week's time from now, we could be in that 40 range. Batman head or cat ears? Return of the Apes, the AMC Entertainment and GameStop stonks heading back to the moon? Question mark. This is written by Benzinga. I think if I were to interview Ryan Cohen, I always tell every single person that I interview, I tell them that I get one free question that they don't um, that they don't get to see in advance, and that it's fun in nature. That I won't. It's not like anything that's going to hurt them or anything like that. It's not a painful question or anything. I think my rando question to Ryan Cohen would be do you like poultry? I think that would be my question. Do you like poultry? I'd wait for his answer, and then I think I'd say something along the lines of, do you think that poultry is something that people like to eat on Wall Street? Monty, I just want to say congratulations, bro. Man, you're killing it today on price prediction, man. Super, super killing it. Monty's got a 2035 to 2335 price prediction for the day today. He's absolutely just killing it. No, Brian, I wouldn't say crow. I'd ask him if he likes poultry. And then I might ask him a question like, "Do you like feeding poultry to the people on Wall Street?" I would have some great questions for him. I would have some great, great questions. And I would keep him very, very safe because I know that there are things that he can't say. Um, but I think I would have some really good questions. Give me a second here while I look for some news. I don't see any news right now that's like um, eye-popping news or anything. I'm just reading some of the messages you guys are sending me on the side here, and you know, you guys feel like you've had an I've had some of you guys say that I've had an impact on you. It's really the other way around. You've had an impact on me. I'm just saying, quite literally, you guys have had more of an impact on me than I've had on you. I think I can promise you that. It may not seem like it. It may not seem like it, but quite honestly, I think it's true. I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm not crying. Ethan! Oh man. Y'all, welcome Ethan. Ethan is a OG from a long time ago. A long, long time ago. It's good to see you, Ethan. Maggie says, so now you know what real crazy is. I just feel less crazy. How's that, Maggie? Remtac says, I'm sorry I ruined your life. You didn't ruin my life. You guys made it exciting. You really did. Ethan says it's a good day to be back. I agree, sir. I agree a lot. How has life been treating you? I hope life has been treating you well. That's right. When we all meet up, it's a family reunion. I'm down with that. Family reunion. Uh, they have Ozfest. I guess it would have to be Ape Fest, right? Monkey Fest. I don't know. Take your pick. This is true. Einstein said, don't forget these short hedge funds borrowed a ton when it was cheap. It's not cheap anymore, and interest is compounding against them. Tick tock. It's 100% true. PC3 is going to hold me to it again. Why do you think it's AMC is running? I think there's quite honestly, like you're not going to like this. You're not going to like this PC3, but there's like probably a lot of answers. There's probably a lot of it's a conglomeration of a lot of things all happening at once. Um, Imagine you ever heard the saying, "The straw that broke the camel's back"? That's where we're at. That's where we've been at for a while. We have just been loading and loading and loading tons of weight on this camel's back, and the question you're asking me is try to pick out the single straw, the bale of hay that we just threw on top of the camel's back that flattened the camel into a pancake. Pick one of those straws and tell me which one's the one that broke the camel's back. And I'm sitting here telling you, like, I don't know. I don't know. It was all of them. It was every single one of them. Pick one specific one out. I can't. I'm doing good, Ethan. I'm holding up real good. You moved to New York City? No way. How cool. Wait, are you by, what's that park he goes to? Are you by Central Park? Ethan, we gotta get you to go to Central Park, man. We need you to scope out something. I will I will send you a a token of gratification if you can find Lou during one of his video podcasts and take, as you walk by him, let's see, get the right finger up here. Take a cardboard sign that says 2 weeks, like this one right behind me here, and just hold it up and walk by, and just do like an auto, like a flash of 2 weeks as you walk past him. Oh man, I will make you a hero. I can't do it, but I would do everything I could. I will pay you uh 10 shares. I will pay you 10. Can you do that? I don't even think I can do that. I feel like that would be worth 10 shares. It would just be funny to see. It would be absolutely hysterical. Remtax says, "Yes, I'm about to fly out there and do it." I mean, seriously, like that would be hysterical. It would be absolutely hysterical if like somebody just walked by and flashed the 2 week sign, and he'd have to make some kind of comment. Pro Jeweler says liquidity is drying up, question mark. Um, I mean, they haven't started pulling out of the ETFs just yet. I mean, it definitely is drying up, but I would say that it's really drying up once they start pulling out of the ETFs. Let me just check and see here. Yeah, there's still zero available amount of shares to borrow. Excuse me. They're gonna have to pull from the ETFs. Just send Lou a message. He will meet up with you. Okay, come out to Texas, Lou. Come on out here. I'm all right with that. I'm not afraid of anybody. Then steal Lou's nose and tell him you buy and hold. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. That would be going too far. That would be going too far. You can't touch him, but stealing his nose would be funny though. Ethan says, I'm going to camp in a tent by Central Park. That'd be funny. I, the sad part is that Ethan's probably not kidding. He's like, I don't have a place yet. I'm really going to be camping in a tent. I'm like, oh man, sorry. GD says, got your nose. Would love to see the face. I would too. Oh, that would be hilarious. We are at 127 million shares traded for the day today. 127. Let's look back in history. I'm going to go back here in the history books and see when was the last time we did 127. We had 124 on February 1st, which is close, but not quite, and we still got a lot to go. We had 144 on December 17th. The last time we've been this high was December 17th, so it's been 3 months and a couple days. It's a long time. December 17th. Uh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ethan. I wish it was someplace closer to me. I'd help you out. I guess I guess it's like Seinfeld, right? Like, I mean, you should be able to run into anybody, anywhere, anytime. That's why I always didn't like Seinfeld. Don't hate me. Don't hate me, but I just didn't like Seinfeld because it was like New York and everybody's running into each other all the time, and it's like, come on. And then somebody on here on the channel one time said, "Yeah, I'm in New York. We run into the same people all the time." I'm like, "Get out of here." It's just so weird. Yeah, I can understand like running into people that live, in your same apartment complex, or maybe you go to the same job or something like that, and you meet up in the subways, or wherever it is that you meet up at. But somebody who lives on the other side of town, come on, you don't run into the same people from the other side of town. Maggie says, Casey, are we ever going to squeeze 2 weeks? Welcome to the channel of 2 weeks. He will be performing my milkshake in video soon. What's that mean? I have no idea what that means. I don't think I want to know. I don't want you guys to confirm the opposite of what I believe to be true. I don't want to believe it. I just don't want to. The idea that you can run into people like in New York that that don't live near you or go to your same job or something like that just seems so ludicrous to me. So the price tried to dip outside of this ascending parallel channel here. Not quite. I wouldn't say it quite broke out yet, and it is showing a TD9, which means we might see a little bit of a reversal, but not much. I know, like, who's gonna actually do that from this group, right, Pip? That's something only an extrovert would do. I'm in Austin. I'm not really in Austin. I'm like in a suburb outside of Austin, but I don't say what it is because it's like, I mean, I'll say it, but Pflugerville. You've probably never heard of Pflugerville. I can't even probably pronounce it correct because it's so weird sounding. But I'm in Pflugerville. But I just say Austin because I mean it's just down the street. I'm right on the border-ish. Sounds like a fart. No farting while trading. No farting while trading. Um, Tao, is it Tao? Tao, your realtor looked into investment homes here in Austin, or here where I'm at here in Pflugerville, and it's basically Austin. It is. I mean, it's right on the border. I mean, it's like I can get downtown in probably well, I can get to Austin from my house in less than 10 minutes, but downtown Austin's probably like a half hour away. I have played poker here, Shang. Absolutely. There's a card room around here that I went to that I'm a member at, the Lodge or something like that. It's off the 35. Brian says it's better than living in Waco. Yeah, that could be. Although Waco, is as much of a bad name as that place has from past history. It's actually gotten kind of decent lately. Waco's actually turned out, that whole Chip and Diana. If you guys are into home improvement stuff, if you know who Chip and Diana is, I think that's her name. Um, they've I don't know if it's them specifically, but I mean the Waco's kind of grown. It's grown and gotten popular, and it's back on the maps as a nice place for a lot of people who want to buy homes there. I have not heard of Bradley Robinson, but I've heard of Chubb's. I think you meant to write Chubb's. Chubb's Barbecue. I think that's called Chubb's. Let me just look it up real quick. Hold on a second. No, it's Stubbs. I don't know why I said Chubb's. You said Chubb's. It made me think of Stubbs. I've heard of Stubbs Barbecue, but never Chubb's. Oh, Joanna. Thank you. What did I say? Diana? Diana, Joanna. It's close. Cut me a break. Chip and Joanna Gaines. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. I'll check it out, but Donkey Kong. We got about 10 more minutes and I'll check the numbers here again, guys. Just 10 more minutes. Let me check for some more news here. I'm just going to check regular news right now because I'm just kind of curious what's going on in the world right now. Hmm. Disney employees across the U.S. are walking out today. Here's why. I love how they say Disney employees across the U.S. Isn't it Orlando and L.A.? I mean, is there like, why is it across the U.S.? Like, why does it seem more, or are they walking out of like Disney stores? Maybe they're walking out of Disney stores. I guess those are everywhere. That is correct, James. I forgot to mention that earlier this morning. You are correct. I did see that Ortex did signal for a short squeeze earlier this morning. The trading signal, both I believe a level two and level three popped up. Yep, level two and level three popped up today. Both recommend holding days of 2 days. A mean return on one of them shows $1.68, and the other one shows 19.56. I wonder if that's, huh? I wonder if the mean return on that is. I don't know much about these trigger numbers. Thank you for bringing that up. I forgot to mention it this morning. Disney president arrested for pedo. Oh, wonderful. Miami just declared a state of emergency. For what? Because of the people walking off the job? I hope that's a joke. What are they? Hey, I can't control what they do, Maggie. My sister used to work for Disney, Porter, and um, was it Michael? I don't know who the current CEO is, but well, actually, I don't know how many he's gone through. It's been a while since she quit, but there was a CEO that was working there before. I want to say it was Michael Eisner or whatever it was, but whoever replaced him, that person, she said, was horrible to work for, and that the conditions got really, really bad to work there. So um, she ended up quitting. Crazy Pepe said in Dallas, the Lodge is a strip club. Not here. For spring break, state of emergency. To avoid. Oh, they're trying to get people to avoid the beaches for spring break by declaring emergency for COVID. Let's see. Yep. I feel like that's like kind of just like a new, like that's just kind of the ordinary thing now. After two shootings, spring break gets curfew and state of emergency in South Beach. Miami Beach announces state of emergency curfew. There's gonna be an uprising. Just imagine the song going through your head right now, the uprising song. You know what, Space Ape? You're gonna get me ranting here. It's 12:56. I don't think I can rant in 4 minutes. It's not just Disney. It's everywhere. The post office. Jana's like, yeah. The post office. It doesn't matter who you work for. They're all the same. They're doing the same thing everywhere. They have crap tons of money, but they're working people to death, making people do two, three people's jobs. It's everywhere. Corporate America seems to think it's okay to break people's backs instead of just paying more people to do the jobs that should be getting paid to do them. People would work, people would work, people shouldn't have to work harder because the company isn't willing to pay more people. They just shouldn't. Just pay people what they're worth and hire more people to do the jobs. Oh man, MCon, I hate unions, man. Well, that's not true. I don't like unions for schools. I think they're really, really inherently bad. They may have used to have been a great thing. I think they're bad now. But it's so funny though because it's every single one of you guys, Space Ape's talking about in fashion. Every single one of you, whatever industry it is that you work in, you know this to be true. You know that people are being abused. If you had to ask the average American, if you had to ask the average American whether they would work for higher pay doing the same job that they're tired of doing, or if they would rather have time off or time away or time down, they would take the time. I think they would take the time or less hours. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna put up a poll. I'm gonna put up a poll here. Let me rephrase it. Hold on a second. Are you required or requested? See, I know there's a big difference between requiring and requesting. So I'm gonna post it as both. The system will crash. When they start overworking people, the system will crash. This is part of the correction that we're having in the market. The reason the market's failing is because it's failing in the actual market. They're expecting too much out of people and they're not willing to take losses. Close, Empire Fire. Very, very close. No, it's not going to happen. That's good, James. That is really, really good. I'm glad that you're helping them to prepare for their future. I just want to say 60% of you so far have said yes to this poll. Okay, it's going down 57%. That's good. I'm actually surprised. I thought this would be much, much higher. They wouldn't stick if they wouldn't stick if I did. Hey, if you're self-employed and you work more than 40-hour work weeks, you got to put yes. If you don't volunteer, you shouldn't vote. Or I mean, if you do volunteer, you shouldn't vote. All right, let me pull up Fidelity. Taking you guys to the other screen. Off exchange. 51.17 and the CBOE EDGX was at 11.39 an hour ago. Let's refresh it. 51.62 and 11.44. So the off exchange is high, but the EDGX is a little low. They balance out. An hour ago, there was a borrow of 139,000 shares according to Ortex. It's down to 103. It's going to ever so slightly lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.06. Cost to borrow is at 2.7, which is a slight decrease as well. Taking a look at the options. At a $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 109,000 contracts. There's now 114.3. On the puts, at an $18.50 strike price, an hour ago there was 20.9 thousand contracts. There's now 22.9. Somebody asked me my price prediction for the day today. It's 1767 to 2067. But the only person who's really in the, who's guessed even close to getting it right for the day so far, who's still in the money, is Monty, who had 2035 to 2335. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in second with 53% buys of 47% sales, and GME's in third with 52% buys of 48% sales. They've only added to the ETFs. There's currently 2.3 million shares showing up in the ETFs. We are running at 0 available shares to borrow. 105.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 46.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR triggers at $16.43. We currently have the Nasdaq being down at 0.74. Dow Jones is down 1.03, and the S&P 500 is down 0.85. 4,546 decliners to 3,088 advancers. The VIX is up 3.01. IWM is down 1.29. Tesla is down 0.25. Amazon is up 0.02. Cinemark is up 2.09. Doge is up 4.88. Bitcoin is down Bitcoin is down 0.62. GME is up 12.47. Our gold mine is down 3.44. Hood is down 2.94, and AMC is up 15%. Our inflow versus outflow is a 22, 20, 20, 23 million dollar more spread with more outflow than inflow. Total amount of shares having been traded so far is 132.9 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 188 million shares for the day today. I had suggested we would see somewhere between 190 and 220, so I'm going to probably overshoot a little bit here without a run up in the later portion of the day. On a daily interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.01. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.65, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 64.75. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.22. Yeah, it looks like we were going to we may get that breakout here. You bring up a great point, Micah. Um, what do you think caused it? What do you think caused the that nobody's willing to work attitude? Because I am interested in your perspective. Your perspective. Yeah. That's a great question, Jordan. We figured this out one time, and I think it has to do with how much is going through the dark pools. So if they're stuffing a lot more in the dark, a lot of the buy orders through the dark pools, then we end up seeing more outflow than inflow on the lit exchange. And I think that's what that is covering. I think that's how we figured it out once before. We were taking a look at it, trying to figure out like how in the world could we have more outflow than inflow. And I think this is just outflow because if you took the total amount of shares here, right? If we take the total money that's flowed both in and out, and we just add it together, let's just call it 411 million and 434. So we get 845 million shares. If you divide that by like an average price of, let's just call it $21 where it's at right now, you get 40 million shares having been traded, but yet we're at 133. So then you have to ask yourself, okay, well, if we've traded 133 million, but we're only getting a price reflection of 40, what percentage of that is that of 133? So 40 divided by 133 gives us 30%. If you look at your dark pools run around 64, 65% of the dark pools there. The numbers are real close, but not right. I mean, it's off by like a couple percentage points, like 5 or 6, maybe 7%. But it's really, really, really close. So I think that's what we kind of came to the determination of was is that, and this is again speculation a little bit, but what it tells me is that they've let a lot more um, sell orders go through the lit exchange than they have the buy orders, but the buy orders have still put on enough pressure to cause price to rise. So I think that's how I would want to explain it. If there's somebody else here who would like to give a better shot at that, be my guest. No, so that sounds like a dig. I just read what you wrote. It sounds like a dig. Because I guarantee you I'm putting in more. I would have to vote yes because I'm putting in more than 40. AMC Level 2 Live says no one wants to work because engineering pay is actually minimum wage. Ooh, burn. I agree with that. I agree with that. I think incoming engineers nowadays make about 50 grand a year. That's not enough. An incoming engineer shouldn't be making 50 grand. It used to be 40. I think they're giving them 50 now. At least in the industry I was working in. I don't know what other industries are doing. Jan has got it. That's what I'm kind of thinking too. That's what I think. But my perspective might be narrow, not complete. Micah says, bottom line is we do not have robots to build houses. Somebody has to. Yeah. Okay, so the change. So you also said change of generations, veterans and businesses are retiring. The younger folks have no interest in hard work. I think there's a lot of truth to those statements. Volume 133.5 million. Yep, it sure is a lot of volume. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. I think I'm going to take my second break here, guys. It's getting pretty close. My wife is a respiratory therapist with like 5 years experience. People walking in with zero experience are making more than her. Ooh, yeah. There's some messed up stuff happening there. That's pretty messed up. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I was raised a little bit differently than most people. I see a lot of people in the last few years within the workforce like discussing how much they make amongst each other. And the way I was always raised was is you just never talked about it. Like you just don't talk about how much money you make. And so it's kind of been weird. It was weird for me the last few years of working to see people talking about just openly talking about how much they make. And I don't know. It was just kind of weird. Another drink break. Well, I'll come back with a drink, but I'm not going to have a drink break. Uh, Man, I feel like Cuddy Cut's breaking out the whip. Jeez. BG said Casey might be right on the money with the 180 million prediction. It's going to be close. I mean, I said 190. I said 190 to 220. So it's going to be a little on the low side, I think. I'm going to miss it by a little bit unless we have some kind of like really massive push at the end of the day today. Man, you're ruthless, Cuddy Cut. It's like, take your lashes, sir. Now you can go to break. It's like I feel like I'm right back where I used to work before. It's like you can't go. Oh man, they did this kind of stuff all the time to me. It's like I started taking my lunch. I was taking my lunches. What were they? Oh, they would do things like they'd bring food in, right? They'd bring food in and expect you to take your lunch, a working lunch, where you sit at your desk and you eat your food instead of getting a chance to like walk away and actually have like a move away from the work kind of moment. And so they would bring in lunch and like expect you to just work there at your desk eating. What were some of the other things they do? Oh yeah, um, they told us it was okay to group our breaks together, right? And so they said it was okay. They legit said, oh yeah, sure, you can group your breaks together. So everybody was taking 1.5 hour. We worked 12-hour shifts first off. So everybody was taking an hour and a half long breaks. Everybody, and they told us it was fine. It was okay to do. They didn't care. So I would go take my hour and a half lunch break, and I would leave. And then at one point, I had my boss walk up to me and he said, I don't mind you being gone for an hour. I'm the only person he said this to. Like everybody else is like taking hour and a half long breaks. And he says, I don't mind you taking an hour and a half long break, but I'd like you to come back and do that last 30 minutes at your desk. Like, just take your lunch for the hour and then your two 15-minute breaks that you get, if you could just come back to your desk and do just kind of relax at your desk or something. I'm like, what is this? What kind of crap is this, man? Like, you tell me I got to come back to my desk and work on my break. Come on, get out of here. Go fish. Seriously, go fish. You know what I mean? Say that to your boss. Oh, I bet you guys can't wait. I bet you can't wait. Go fish. That's what you should. That's what you guys should say when you're leaving. Just wait for him to tell you to do something, and just be like, "Go fish." That's what I'm saying, James. I said no. I said no. I said no. It says directly in the employee handbook, our breaks are supposed to be away from the desk. So I didn't listen. They didn't like that. I think I will too, guys, but it's just going to be doing what it is that I want to do. I think I have a feeling we'll all be doing something. I don't think we're all just going to do nothing. I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine that. Vic, Vic said you should have taken your desk with you and said, "Look, I'm still at my desk." I should, you know, it would have been even better just wheeling myself around in my chair. I could totally see myself doing that, like just sitting in my chair and like pushing myself around backwards. What are you doing? Oh, I'm at my chair doing my work. I'm taking my break. All right, guys. Speaking of breaks, Cuddy Cut's gonna whip me here so I can get out of here. I will see you guys for Power Hour. Let's see here. Gotta put the message up. It's probably the case, MCon. Kind of weird how that works out. So I'm gonna hurry up and leave so it keeps going. See you guys at 2 o'clock for our Power Hour. All right. It's that time of day. It is that time. I'm freezing. I'm freezing in this house. I turned on the heat, and for some reason, I'm still freezing. Man, what is the deal? All right, here we go. Toast for the day. I'll show you two different things. Number one, on the daily. On the daily, we've had 7 straight days of gains. We are currently up 17% for the day. 17% for the day. Guys, this is incredible. This is incredible. These are incredible numbers. But let me tell you why this is important today. It's important today because it's a Wednesday. Wednesdays have a 1 in 5 chance, a 19% chance of hitting green, period. This is a trend reversal. I'm sure it's not hard to look at this chart right here and say, yep, that's a trend reversal. It's pretty obvious. So, we're toasting to trend reversals. Cheers. The adventurous ape never gets old. It's got such a great smoky taste to it. I love it. Alrighty. Well, the odds for tomorrow, since you brought them up, odds for tomorrow is actually worse. When we have a green day on Wednesdays, we have the worst chances of having a green day on Thursdays, which is part of the reason why I think we're going to see that knee-jerk reaction to price movement. I think you'll see a rundown in the after hours. You'll see probably a 10% drop overall, maybe right at the beginning of market open. Day over day, they'll hit that SSR and then they're going to let this thing just run. And we can start counting down the days, 3 days. That is the trend. They trip SSR, you count down 3 days, and boom, we're in the thick of it. But only because you asked. Or you said something, and it made me think of it. Hmm. Mm-mm. History says that just before RIP, we've had 3 instances. AMC's RIP in January, AMC's RIP in June or May, late May, and GME's RIP in January. And if you go back and you look, just before all 3 of those RIPs, SSR tripped, and then 3 to 4 business days later, each one of those stocks started taking off. It's a very specific pattern that happens just before. And this is definitely looking like one of those instances. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Off exchange, 51.62 and 11.44. Now 52.23 and 11.55. So EDGX going down I think a little bit there, but the off exchange making up for it. Total amount of dark pool trading going on there is 63.78%. It's really close to our 64% number. Very, very close. 103,000 shares having been borrowed an hour ago is now moved up to 250,000 shares being borrowed. I'm rounding it. That's going to slightly raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.07%. Moving to options. I forgot to listen to that song while I was on break both times. I apologize. I'm going to listen to it. I've got it written down. I'll listen to it. At a $20 strike price an hour ago, there was 114.3 thousand contracts. There's now 120.3. On the puts, highest amount of volume at $18.50 was 25.1 thousand contracts. That is up from 22.9. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is the second most heavily traded stock on the market for Fidelity, with 52% buys to 48% sales. GME coming in third at 52% buys to 48% sales. Very similar numbers. Zero shares available to borrow. 2.3 in the ETFs. Been that way since 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 105.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 68.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. 46.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Did I say puts on the calls? Whatever. You know what I meant. NASDAQ is down 1.02, the Dow Jones is down 1.06, and the S&P 500 is down 0.93. The market is declining with 4,737 decliners to 2,910 advancers. The VIX is up 1.79, IWM is down 1.5, Tesla is breaking even, Amazon is down 0.35, Cinemark is up 1.76, Doge is up 4.07, Bitcoin is down 0.5, GME is up 12.64. Our gold mine is down 3.9, Hood is down 3.2, and AMC is up 15.77. We currently have 21 million more in outflow than inflow. Our total volume for the day today is at 153 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're going to hit here. Oops. We're on pace for 175 million shares traded for the day today. I said somewhere between 190 and 210. No, 190 and 220. Yeah, I said 190 to 220. I'm gonna be off. I'm gonna be off a little bit. You know, considering the fact that it's been several months since we've even seen a number even close to this 175. How many months has it been? If we hit 175, let me just look and see. I got to go back in the history here. I gotta see. When was the last time we had 175 million in shares traded? August 25th was 209. 209. One of the biggest rips that we had in just prior to the June run up. The very first day that it ripped, it went from 54 million shares to 296. And then it tapered off. It went from 296 to 207 to 158 to 172, then 89, then 61, then 53, and then popped again to 113. So it was like a double wave. On the daily. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.61. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.36, showing signs of being overbought for most of the day today. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.7. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple crossovers in the last hour, within the last half hour, actually, with RSI at 48.65. It looks like it's trying to break out of this descending or ascending parallel channel here. It's been trying. This is really like the fourth or fifth time that it's trying to break out here, and it's just not. It's not driving down. It's holding support at around $20 right now. I probably need to do a Fibonacci tracement for this retracement for this period of time or this price point. So let me do that. Let's take a look at our Ichimoto real quick. On the 1 hour, it's kind of turned into a buy again. I mean, here's the thing. It's ugly. It's ugly. It's not the kind of thing you take home to mom and dad. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Totally kidding. And the futures are very uncertain too. I mean, you can kind of tell with the cloud here. It's just a super thin cloud of green here. It's not a very. It doesn't have a substantial portion of thickness to it. So it's fragile. I think that's probably the best way to put it. It's fragile. On the 4 hour, looking much better though. That looks a lot stronger, although it did hit a TD9, which could show signs of reversal as well. Let me draw back out here just a tad bit and get a new Fibonacci retracement here. Let's see if I can. Where'd you go? Wow. Weeble. Sometimes Weeble has like a really difficult time with some of these indicators. There we go. Delete. You gotta know how to manipulate them, slap them around a little. Let's see here. Let's go back in time. We're going to look for Fibonacci retracement for high 20s. So I'm going to go back out to the 30-minute. This one might work. me come back. Hmm. It's gonna have to be one of these. Let's see how that looks. I like it. It's all right. It's okay. It's not the best, but it'll do. It'll do, pig. It'll do. So we definitely broke out of this ascending parallel channel. We have not hit the 2351 mark. Somebody was suggesting earlier that we've got the head and shoulder pattern formation happening. I would almost maybe a little. On a much larger scale. I'm still going to hold 2351 as a price point where I would like to see it try and reach up to. I think really what ends up happening is we probably trade out the day. Let me just look at the options real quick one more time. We got they're signaling for an 18.5 to 20 close, so like 19.25 is what they're signaling for. So I say we just kind of, I think we're going to perhaps close. Let's see what volume's doing. Yeah, it's taking a little bit of a dive here in the end. What do we got? I don't know. I figure we kind of close somewhere between like 2028 and 2190, somewhere between this yellow line right here and this yellow line down here, and potentially like if I had to guess, right around like $21 where we're at right now. And then basically what happens is I have a feeling that we'll probably drop 5 or 6% in the aftermarket hours, or maybe even pre-market in the morning. We'll see like that 5 or 6, maybe 8% drop in pre-market tomorrow morning, so that they can drop at that last remaining 10% or 3% to get the 10 that they need to trip SSR, and then it'll just start ripping after that. Not ripping like crazy ripping. That'll happen 3 days after the tripping of the SSR, 2 to 3 days, maybe four. Um, but it may do some similar things to like how we kind of saw it today. Wait, Shang is saying something. I'm gonna end the poll. I'm gonna end the poll because it's like a good. It favors my suggestion. More than half of you are getting overworked. No, I still think that's too high. I don't think 51% of you guys should be being asked to work more time than 40 hours a week. And if I had to wager, it's probably 60. They're probably having you work 60-hour work weeks, and I think that's just nuts. BG says the MOASS coming and squeeze alert videos for today aren't out yet. Shang's agreeing that they're coming out tonight. All coming from the same 4 or 5 YouTubers. Am I one of those? I don't know. What was the price at that time, Casey? Let me go back and check it and let's see. You probably want to know the price for the 291, right? The one where, or two, the last time we hit. You probably May. Let's go to the May pop because I think you want to know the May one. The May pop was it was 1032 the day that it was 54 million, and when it jumped up to 296 million, it jumped from 1032 to 1277. So like a $2.50 or 40-cent raise in price, raise, upwards momentum, a day over day increase of $2.40. The other time that I had mentioned, I said the last time we were at this kind of volume, uh, and it was actually I had to scroll pretty far back, and it went to what was it like? Hold on a second, I'm looking for it again. Last time we had close to this much volume was on August 25th, and the price at that time was $43.96. It was 209 million shares, but the price back then was $43.96. Steven's saying, what do you think of the ratio of buy versus sell orders? They have 100,000 buy to one sell order, maybe more. No, no, no. So I'm not sure where you're trying to go with that one. It's so hard. I wish, Steven, that we were like right here in front of each other and we could be talking about it because I feel like I would be able to understand where it is that you're coming from by an inflection of the voice or something like that. But I think where you're going with that is um, I mean, the ratios tell you right there in the numbers. It tells you the orders right there on Fidelity. It says it right here. Oh wait, hold on a second. I gotta enlarge it in order for you to see it. It actually does tell you the order amounts. So it tells you that there's 7,519 buy orders and 6,818 sell orders. So it's literally telling you how many orders there are. It's not like some kind of mystery. The question I think that you may be asking is like, are the buy orders larger in size versus the sell orders being smaller in size? Or maybe you're saying the vice versa. I'm not sure. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion. You really got to have at least 60/40 buy to sell ratio just to know or be like pretty confident that your buy orders or your buying volume is higher than your selling volume. So 52/48 doesn't cut it in my book. In my book, that's that's close enough to say that there's more people selling than buying, although the price wouldn't necessarily reflect that. But I don't like seeing anything less than 60/40. OBV would say that people are buying right now, just so you know. On balance volume is showing that people are buying more than selling. Max Payne, it was $16.50 today. MCon. Kramer spoke, we're screwed. David says, here comes the dump, haha. Oh, David, you're making it onto the show list, man. Don't do that. You, you know, what do we do, David? What do we do? Oh no, No, we're gonna go trip SSR and then rip afterwards. No, no, stop, stop! You're threatening me with good times. Stop, David. You're killing me. Ah, can't take it. You think we will FOMO after hours or then try to take us down while they can? No, they'll take it down. I would assume that they'll probably take it down in the pre-market tomorrow morning. I mean it's very typical of them to take us down in the pre-market. So I would imagine that's what you're going to see. Tomorrow morning they'll drop us down like 8% in the pre-market, and and then just hit us up with that last 3% at market open. Rip the band-aid off and then let it run. Let's do some number crunching. Let's do some number crunching. I haven't checked the numbers in a while. I feel like I'm talking like a Canadian, eh? If I started hanging out with the wolf pack, I would probably start talking like I was Canadian. I have it's a really weird thing that happens with me when I'm hanging around people that have like different ways of speech. I just suddenly start picking it up, and it doesn't matter what it is. If they stutter, I start stuttering. If it's terrible too, because then it almost sounds like I'm trying to like make fun of them, and I'm not. It's just I'm a chameleon. I am a living chameleon. It's terrible. I hate it. 2235. I'm putting in the data here for our current most high. The 2235 gives us a return of 73%. From 1292 to 2235, we've gotten nothing but upwards gains for 73%. David, David, man, come on. Come on. You know better than this, David. We're up 15, almost 16%. You can't just look at it in dollar value. It's not how it works, buddy. And you know better. I know you do. You can't just sit there and say, "Why are we only up $2?" 15 or 16% is pretty incredible. It's not anything to just bat an eyelash at and just go like, yawn. Ugh, 15%, it's nothing. So let's figure out what a 20%. Well, yeah, we got to figure out what a 20% drop is from 2235 because at this point in time, synthetic price failure has been reset like a while ago now. We could always 100% drop down 20% in a single day, and that's what hedge funds absolutely love to do. They want to get people to sell. So let's see what that turns out to. 1788. So we could see a possible drop down to 1788 with a turnaround point around there. I doubt that once they trip SSR, I doubt that they're going to continue to run it down unless there's a lot of, if it's profitable, if the algorithm sense weakness in buying pressure as the price is moving down, they absolutely will continue to run it down. But if it senses a lot of strength, then it's just going to let it run. Duncan says the most productive countries almost have below 40-hour work weeks. I'm telling you, man, one of these days these companies are going to figure it out. I hope. David eats corn the long way. Come on, come on, it's terrible. What the heck is this Shaw mug you guys keep talking about? The Shaw mug will come with sea rations in case you're lost in the woods and need emergency food. What the heck is this thing? What is this Shaw mug you're referring to? It actually kind of sounds cool. You guys sit, like has a life vest in it. I kind of like the idea of this Shaw mug. It's kind of cool sounding, but it sounds like it's gonna be heavy, really heavy. Hey, that's like me. I just think that's hilarious, though. Oh man, 50 million, 50 million shares trade in a single day, and it gets you 5%. 100 million shares trade in a single day gets you 10%. 150 million shares. Do you see how this is stacking? Those sound like fair numbers. You know what I'm saying, David? Kind of sounds fair. 15% for 160 million seems pretty fair. When you consider 50 million gets you like 5% sometimes. Sometimes it gets you negative. I haven't played a round of golf. I haven't played a round of golf in forever. I think after this is over, that might be one of the first things that I do. Besides, of course, like um, celebrating with my wife from her first day of never having to work again. I think I might go play a round of golf. Just go out there and just whack some balls. Hey, hey. No, I'm serious. Like, I'm gonna go to a golf course and I might find one of the really nice ones around here and just go play some golf for a while. You might not make money off you, but we sure as hell will want to buy an AMC stream. You guys are too much. You better not. I'm gonna have to license myself and then never make anything. Top Golf's kind of. I mean, I like Top Golf, but it's just not like. There's something about walking the course. I don't know if you've ever walked a golf course before. It is so much different than taking a cart. Now, of course, since I'm not a seasoned walker right now, you'd be surprised. It actually takes a lot out of you to walk an entire golf course. Um, but I would probably drive it. But walking a golf course is so amazing. It is to just walk a golf course. It's very peaceful. Um, it's beautiful. The smell of the grass is great. AP's gonna be there, sitting there, sipping back a few whiskey sours or something. I don't know what he drinks. He's gonna drink something with me as he's sitting there, and we're just driving around the range. No, we're gonna walk it. We're gonna walk the range. All right. Well, maybe we'll go. What we really need to do. Let's just rent out like when I eventually imagine I don't want to meet everybody in Vegas like I just don't want to. I think it's kind of stupid honestly. I feel like that's like the I don't know, that's like the younger group generation does that kind of thing like let's go to Vegas and it's just like yeah, let's blow all our cash we just won or we made off of the market. I think you could find some cooler things to do. But if we're gonna go to Vegas, let's go to Vegas. We'll go to the Top Golf and we'll just rent out a whole floor. We'll rent out a whole floor on the place, just nothing but apes, and and we'll just have a good time. Sounds like fun. Yeah, walk the front nine, cart the back nine. Absolutely, 100%. We have a what is it? I think they call them they don't call them short courses. They call them executive courses. We have an executive Harvey Penick course here, and I used to walk that one all the time. That's really fun because it's a a shorter course, and so it's a lot easier to walk, and it's only 9 holes. It's great. If I was a criminal, that's where I'd go to hustle new money. Yeah, no kidding, man. Like I feel like Vegas is just gonna be waiting for apes. Like Vegas is going to just be completely waiting for apes to show up. It's like, no, don't go to Vegas, guys. They are just waiting to eat your money. They cannot wait to just like drain every ounce of your cash they can. Fuzzy Wuzzy said, "You're a hermit like me. You ain't going nowhere." I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I think we've already said that we're going to do a barbecue here in Texas. We'll have I think there's a good place around here where you can like rent out, like it's like a cattle farm or something like that, and you can like rent out for the whole day, and they like make like just like crap tons of different barbecue and just lay it out all on the table, and it's like a feast, and then you can have like just a nice party day kind of thing. I'm telling you guys, like avoid the pitfalls, like avoid Vegas right off the bat. You want to avoid the very beginning pitfalls that everybody goes into, and if you know everybody's going to be going to Vegas, like just avoid it. Avoid it. Go later. Like wait for a while and then go later. You always have a chance to go later. Mm, absolutely, Francis. We will definitely do that. I'm going to translate this name here. Oh, can I do a search on Google? Oh, I can. Nice. Won't do a translate. Sucks. Detect language. Christopher. Oh, that's cool, man. I like the name. So the name that's showing up there that we can't, that's very difficult to read, is showing up as Christofa. Christofa, which is Christopher, uh, in English, I would assume. Christofa, I know I saw you yesterday, I think it was. Welcome to the channel. I'm glad that I finally translated that so I could see what it was. See, I'm with you, good old boys. That's what I want to do. I want to do this. That's what I want to do, man. I want to go through like the small towns where nobody goes. Like, I want to do that kind of stuff. Why are you guys my people? Why are you my kind of people? It's so crazy. It's like we're all meant for each other. That's what I want to do. Let's go hit the small towns to get the small town vibe. Walk into like one of those small dingy cafes. It's a diner that still has. It looks like it's straight out of the '60s. Oh, I'll be in Florida for sure at some point. It was a joke, AP. I'm not gonna. My wife would never let me get that house. I wish. Yeah, Monty, like a par three course. You know you're bringing your wife and the kids over here, Duncan. Don't lie. You know what I want to do too, though, good old boys. I want to travel the small towns of Europe. I want to do that too. I think that would be fun. I think it would be really fun. Maybe drive around in one of those like wormy worm cars. You know, the worm from Dr. Seuss books. You drive around in one of those little tiny cars all around Europe, from little tiny town to little tiny town. That'd be fun. Christopher, I'm sorry the last hour is not like filled with TA. I mean, there's not really a whole lot happening. If there was something really popping off or crazy happening right now, I would probably do some more work on trying to show you where it's going to go. But I already kind of said I think we're going to close somewhere between 2028 and 2190. I don't really see anything. I'm not envisioning anything right now that's going to. I see them trying to uh, lower volatility and just kind of keep price where it's at. Oh yeah, man. Maggie's Place for lobster. I gotta work out though first, guys. I gotta work out before I start picking up all these pounds. Yeah, Einstein. You know why it is. They're trying to keep this thing from blowing up. Pebbles, come on, man. Come on. Well, if that's the case, then what I'll do is I'll just ride a bike. A Renault Twingo. That sounds perfect. I just love the name. A Renault. My mom used to have a Renault here in the United States. I think she used to let me shift it, if I'm not mistaken. Pam and Paul says, "Hi Casey, can you please share your live stream tomorrow or soon more details on what indicators to watch for during the actual MOASS for when to sell?" Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll try to work on that this weekend. Um, I think there's like two specific videos that I need to do this weekend. One of them is going to be showing how to set up TradingView, and the other one is what you're asking for. So yes, I can do that. I think initially down ABC, maybe in the pre-market mostly it'll be down, I think, and then um, potentially potentially ripping after SSR is tripped. Up for the day, maybe 5-6%, maybe, because that would actually be a 15% day if we went down 10 and came back up 5 or 6. It'd be another 15% day, but it would have to be down first. Google Twingo. I'm gonna. All right. Just because it's not Joe saying it. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want to drive around in. No mind changing. I know it looks stupid and it's probably uncomfortable as hell, but that's what I want. There is no keto. They can't close positions. Options cannot be traded during pre or post or after hours. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome, Pam and Paul. Mm, rubbing the bull's head and we're gonna have to hang out, good old boys. I can tell we have some similar things we want to accomplish. You know, somebody was asking me that same question earlier, Christopher. And I guess what I would have to say is that I think there was a culmination of a lot of different things that occurred that kind of caused the camel's back to break. Trying to pick which piece of straw it was in the bale of hay that we threw onto the back of the camel that broke the back exactly would be very, very difficult to do. I don't think that you're going to figure out what it is specifically. There's going to be lots of um, rumors and insinuations as to what caused it. The number one leading one right now is that Ryan Cohen bought 100,000 shares of GME, and I think a lot of people are insinuating that that was the cause or the catalyst. I don't. I'm of a different opinion, but I could be wrong as well. It could be a catalyst of multiple things, like I said, just all happening at the same time and just being like the perfect storm. I agree, Father. It was a nice day today. 15%. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Mm, across the board, keto institutions everywhere. Institutions everywhere. Because I don't see any data that supports that retail is being the power driving force behind this price. So I'm going with institutions. Yeah, I kind of Hayden, as far as when I thought hedge funds would fold, the number that I came up with last, I think it was March, was $90, like somewhere between 90 and $95. But then we had share dilution, and the problem is with share dilution is that you know how I've told you how it expands the balloon or it makes it more elastic. The elasticity of the balloon um, causes the price. I feel like it would cause the price to maybe be potentially a little bit higher before being margin called. And because we did have share dilution last year after I came up with my initial assumption that we would have margin calls between 90 and $95, then it may have increased to somewhere between 100 and 110. Um, but those are all guesstimates. They're all really rough guesstimates, kind of roughly based on what occurred with GME when GME cooked off last year. So it's kind of sketchy. Um, they may have they may be in a harder position now than they were in the past, and it may actually be less. It may be down to 75 now. It's really difficult to say. Thick, I shared it with Pip just to let you know too. I did share it with Pip, so um, just letting you know. I, I mean, Dell, if you just look at the numbers, look at Fidelity's numbers. It hasn't been retail. It hasn't. Our numbers are down. Our numbers are down right now. And the only way this pressure could have come from anywhere would have had to have come from both the derivatives and institutions, which is also institutions in the derivatives. So it's mostly institutional driving power. Adobe think they getting ready to ride the run up or just increasing to loan? I'm not even sure how to like that's a question, Keto, but I'm not even sure how to answer that. Pip Thick sent out a Dropbox video. It's safe. Well, at least the part that I saw was safe. I didn't get to the end. I can't speak for the whole video, but what I did see was safe. So I forwarded to you because he had asked if I could forward something to you. Oh, okay, not Doobie or Dobie. Do you? Do you think they're getting ready to ride the run up or just increasing to loan? I wasn't trying to say you were a creeper or anything thick. I was just trying to say it was safe, or at least from what I could tell. Um, Keto, let me see. Thick as Batman? Batman from Twitter? Is Thick Flare Batman from Twitter? Or who's Batman? I don't know. I don't know who Batman is. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I gotta figure out the answer to this question. No, I'm Batman. Do you think they're getting ready to ride the run up or just increasing to loan? Let me look at something. What do I need to look at for that? Vortex. Dude, there's no Batman from Twitter is not on here because Batman from Twitter is like way too sarcastic for any y'all. I'm just saying, he's like way too sarcastic. There's no way that any of you are Batman. On loan amount, exchange reported short interest. Now let's look at let's look at this one. 108. What is this number? 101. So 8 million more. Hmm. I mean, let me show you what I'm looking at. So the posed question is, do you think they are getting ready to ride the run up or just increasing to loan? And what I would say is this: anytime, and I've told you this before, anytime you get a very large spread between come on, draw. Anytime you get a large spread between short interest and your on loan amount, that's making long institutions more money. Currently, they have 133 million shares versus the current Ortex reported amount of 108 million in short interest, which means they're loaning out about 23 million shares, 25 million more shares in loans than they have on short interest. So is that larger than we've seen in the past? It does seem to be that way, so it could be that they are trying to drive up loaning. And maybe that's why cost to borrow is staying low. That may be part of the reason why cost to borrow is staying low, because they're trying to entice loaning. So I'm gonna have to say yes. Froggy, how's it going, man? Good to see you, Top Poppy. It's good to see you, Froggy. I was wondering if I was gonna see you again. I was kind of getting a little worried. I was like, uh-oh, I scared them all off. I was like, whew, glad you're here. Glad to see you. Oh, son of a gun, it's 3 o'clock. I didn't even realize what time it was. My bad. I'm out of here. I was trying to answer a question. I completely lost track of what time. Froggy's like, why the hell are you still on, man? Froggy's here to tell me to get off. All right, let me play the outro and I'll sign off and I'll see you guys later. I'll watch what you guys are writing in the comment section. I was having fun just trying to figure that question out. All right, outro it is. It's a little late. You know what time it is. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. It's Thursday. Pretty low percentage for a green day, but let's see what happens. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and do something. But whatever you do, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and lift. liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Well, for
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.